proceedings, anyone can't see or hear something that they should be able to, just please let me know in an appropriate way. That may well be that you need to raise either your virtual hand or your physical hand to grab my attention. But it can be a little bit strange to start with when we're working virtually, and particularly when we haven't worked virtually together before, but we'll get some sort of pattern and understanding going by the end of the inquiry, I'm sure. So just a few sort of things that I just want to recap on. Just if I could ask everyone, make sure that they switched off their mobile phones or set them to silent, and also that any alerts on your other technology is also put onto silent. Obviously, we'll all be in different locations. I'm from home at the moment, so you can probably see what an inspector's office looks like. Hopefully, it looks quite tidy. But obviously I may well have disturbances in my home environment, so I'll apologise for that in advance if there is anything that crops up. And likewise, obviously I'll make concessions for other people, because we're all working in different environments. So for those of you who've not yet met me, my name is Mrs. Dillon and I'm a Chartered Town Planner. And I've been appointed by Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. And it's also Charles is the case officer who's based remotely at Bristol, and she will be assisting me with the running of the inquiry over the course of this week and next. And obviously she is the first point of contact for any queries, or if there's any documents that we're sharing, they'll need to go to Ms. Charles. So the inquiry is into an appeal by Gleeson Land, and that's under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, and that's against the failure of Basildon Borough Council to issue a decision on an outline planning permission. And I will have to just read that description out again. It's outline planning application with all matters reserved except means of access for the erection of up to 200 homes, a new vehicular access comprising a new arm of Landon Road, the A176 and Noak Hill Road roundabout, the realignment of Kennel Lane to join the new access, and associated closure of the existing Kennel Lane spur. And that's together with parking, landscaping, surface water drainage basins and associated works. And that's at land north of Kennel Lane, Billericay in Essex. Now, I'll just double check that is everybody's understanding as to why we're here today. So speak up now if anybody's in the wrong room. Thank you. So I've had a note through earlier today, and that was just to confirm that Helen Watkins and Linda, and I think Linda Lewis had also mentioned on Tuesday, they are interested parties, and they had both confirmed that they wish to ask questions, particularly of the highway witness today, and that would be this afternoon. So just to reassure them, if they're here today, that I'm aware of that and will make provision for that at the appropriate time. And obviously there is a slot today for questions in relation to Mr. Humphrey's evidence, but that would be from any parties who were supporting the appeal proposal. And then obviously Mr. Howard, in terms of highway evidence for the appellant, he be happy to receive questions from anybody opposing the appeal, and that would be where Ms. Watkins and Ms. Lewis would come in there. So, as you know, for those of you who are here on Tuesday, I made my full opening on Tuesday in person at the council offices, and I'm not proposing to repeat that in any great way, shape or form. The inquiry programme's been published, and it hasn't changed yet from that original version that was posted on the council's website, I think on Monday. And we didn't sit on day 2, which was Wednesday, But now we are now at day 3. So as we've reverted to the virtual format, there are some practicalities and protocols that I'll just quickly need to run through with you all. And if I can get through those swiftly, that would be in everybody's interest. So if we can just all listen. Now, rest assured that I'll give anybody an opportunity who's got any relevant questions about how it's going to work. So just bear with me. So in terms of emergency procedures, we're all bound by what's going on in our own individual environment. So I appreciate that. So if an emergency arises at your end, just please alert me politely so that we can decide whether we need to adjourn. I know that the councils, I think they have an alarm that's going to be sounding some way through the inquiry. I feel Friday was the day that they had said, so we know that there may well be a test at some point, and we'll deal with that at the time. Now, in terms of the event format, as I said on Tuesday, there may well be some attendees who aren't familiar with the appeals process, and they may also now have the challenge of participating virtually, and that hopefully won't be too much of a challenge. I think we're all in the same position. We're relying on the internet connectivity principally, so it's just really to remind everybody that we need to all be a little bit more patient and understanding if things go awry in relation to microphones, cameras, etc. And as I said earlier, I will need to make sure that everybody can hear me and can be heard for the remainder of the inquiry. So unless you're involved in the proceedings, then I'd just ask that are in play at that point, I'd just ask that you keep your camera and microphone switched off. And the camera, that does help reduce the bandwidth. It can save the bandwidth, I should say, for us all if we keep those switched off. I'll keep my camera switched on all of the time, just so that everybody's assured that I'm being alert and that I'm actually obviously present. Does anybody not know how to use these functions on Zoom? Right, everybody fine. Okay, thank you. So if I do invite you to speak, or you do wish to address me, if you just switch your camera on, or raise your virtual hand using that hands up function, and just wait to be invited to speak. I may not see you straight away because obviously I've got a lot of screens to be contending with, but I will endeavour not to miss anybody, and I'm sure that somebody else will prompt me if it goes on for any length of time, and that's absolutely fine. I'm hopeful that I don't need to exercise the powers that I talked about the other day about removing any unruly people from the proceedings, and with the wonders of technology we can do that quite simply, but I'm hopeful that I haven't used that power yet, and I'm not expecting to have to do that today or anytime soon. And I'll try to politely prompt anybody who forgets to turn on the camera and microphone, and likewise, I expect that somebody will do that for me as well, because no doubt I will forget to switch my microphone on at some point, at least once through the proceedings. I'm conscious that, as like Tuesday's session, you'll see me taking notes as well as looking at documents. I'll be looking at my laptop, and I've actually got another 2 screens in my office. So my gaze may not be sort of directly at you, and my head might be turned at times, but that doesn't mean that I'm not listening to what's being said. So just don't let that be to put anybody off in any way, shape or form. I'll be asking any pertinent questions to aid my understanding. And I think, as I said on Tuesday, if the advocates and the witnesses are doing their jobs well, then they've probably already anticipated the types of questions that I may have and covered those off. And don't take the lack of any questioning or the abundance of any questioning as an indication as to the robustness of the evidence or the likely outcome of the appeal. It's, as I say, I need to go away and fully understand and to have tested the evidence where I feel that needs to happen. So where the need arises for communication to occur between the attendees, just as I said on Tuesday, just please make sure it's done without interruption, because we don't want to disturb the witnesses and the advocate in their roles. And just one thing for virtual events, just be mindful that if you've got other electronic devices open near to your microphones, you can sometimes get an awful feedback sound. I'm not hearing anything at the moment, but we'll just have to play that by ear if it happens. And then the normal limitations between the witness and their team during the course of their evidence given and cross-examination will still apply. And I will be putting my full trust into the witnesses and advocates to make sure that that is strictly observed through the inquiry. Now, through the wonders of our technology, we've got the ability to be able to share documents electronically at the inquiry. We talked about this on Tuesday, and that will only be where I agree to it, and it'll be subject to the same considerations as lay evidence, and obviously the potential for cost implications. There will be times inevitably where I may ask for further work to be done, and that obviously I wouldn't be that wouldn't sort of prejudice the parties in any way, where that's assisting my understanding. So it's crucial in the interest of openness that before, after and during the inquiry, I'm not left alone with any party. So I just want to clarify this again. Just remember to let me leave the room virtually first of all before anybody else does. And then that makes extra sure that I can't hear or see anything that I shouldn't. During the breaks, if you want to stop in the virtual inquiry room until I resume the event, that is absolutely fine, but just remember, particularly with virtual events, that you do switch your camera and your microphone off, because anything that you do or say at that point will be on a large screen and over the airways. So if we can just remember to do that. And you'll be expected to rejoin the session in the same manner as you did this morning and before the time stated, so that we can get a prompt start. So if anybody suffers any IT problems, it's going to affect their participation. Either if it's happening and you're able to, let me know. If not, please either contact the council direct or our case officer, and they'll endeavour to help you. But my advice would be the good old trusty, try shutting down your device, reopening it and try to rejoin again. For some reason that seems to cure an awful lot of IT issues. So does anyone have any questions or concerns so far? If you just switch your camera on. No? Okay, thank you very much. So I just want to check, have we got any members of the press here? If they can just switch their camera on if there is anyone. Okay, so I'll take that as a no. And does anyone other than the council intend to be filming or recording this event? If you can just switch your camera on. Okay. And obviously there was a message came onto my screen to tell me that this was being recorded. And obviously I have clicked OK. So presumably you have all done that as well because you are here. Okay, just a quick recap. I opened on face-to-face at Basildon on Tuesday. We heard the opening statements from Mr. Atkinson for the council and Mr. Litton for the appellant. And then we heard from parties with the local interest. We undertook an accompanied site visit on Tuesday afternoon, and I'm pleased to say it was lovely sunny skies, and then as soon as we got there, it rained, so we all got wet. But never mind, we progressed on and battled the elements, and by the end of it, the sun had come back out and we were all dry again. So that was good. So I thank everybody for their participation in that. During that site visit, we took up the request by a couple of the occupants who had joined the appeal site to have a look at the site from their properties. Now today we're going to be moving into the formal evidence and cross-examination, and then on to roundtable discussion sessions as well later on in the week and into next week. And hopefully everybody's aware that from the programme, the rest of this inquiry is in the virtual format. And I just remind everybody to just keep checking at the council's website in case there are any last minute changes to the programme. There's nothing as yet. And I'm hoping that we're not going to, I'm anticipating that we're not going to overrun today, because we've got, or tomorrow, because we do have quite early finishes there. So there is some contingency time. So before we move into the evidence giving, I'd just like to check whether or not there are any housekeeping matters that I need to be aware of. I haven't got anything to raise with the main parties. So Mr. Litton, because I can see you on the screen, so I'll ask you first. Have you got anything that you need to let me know about?
No, I don't think so, Madam. I know that the documents that we discussed on Tuesday morning that we were going to introduce have now been given ID numbers. So we will be referring to some of those documents.
Yes, I've seen that. As well. So thank you to whoever's arranged that. Mr. Atkinson, is there anything that you need to draw my attention to?
No, thank you, Madam. Nothing at this stage.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, without any further delay, then I'll ask Mr. Atkinson on behalf of the council to call his witness, Mr. Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam. I realise I appear rather small in the screen, but I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, and I can see you. I have a very large screen in the office, so you are large enough there. Your presence is there. Thank you.
And you'll see when Mr. Humphreys switches his camera on that he's in a different room. I'm in the council chamber where we were on Tuesday morning, and Mr. Humphreys is elsewhere in the building.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
so
presumably it will flip. Will it flip between the two, or do we see you both at the same time?
You'll see us both, but in separate rooms.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, here we are. Good morning, Mr. Humphreys. Can you hear me okay and see me?
I can't hear Mr. Humphreys.
No.
No, nor me. Somebody's going to assist him.
It may be his laptop settings. That's what happened to me before. I had my laptop setting wrong.
No, he's reaching for some headphones. That's encouraging.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Headphones it is then. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Humphreys. You can hear and see us all okay now.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Well, by way of introduction, well, you are Gordon Humphreys. That's correct. And you are a senior planner here at the council.
Yes.
And you're qualified, we've heard already, by way of a BA and an MA in town planning. And you are a member of the RTPR, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
All right, thank you. What I'd like to do first, please, Mr. Humphreys, is if you could take up your proof and turn to the planning balance section, which starts at paragraph 4.58.
Yes.
And if you could please read through all the way through to 4.69, please, by way of summary of your evidence.
Yes, certainly. Okay. So in terms of the planning balance, as I've set out in the preceding parts of my proof, the proposed development conflicts with policy BAS BE12 as well as BAS GB1 of the Basildon Local Plan Save Policies document and paragraphs 147, 148 and 149 of the MPPF. The appeal site is located within the Greenbelt, which is identified as a protected area asset of particular importance. The proposed development constitutes inappropriate development. It is not considered that the other considerations put forward in support of the application would outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt by reason of inappropriateness and any other harm, which the MPPF recognises should be afforded substantial weight. The proposal will cause substantial harm to the openness of the Greenbelt. I attach substantial weight to that conflict. The proposed development would result in the unrestricted sprawl of the large built-up area of Billericay immediately to the north, contrary to MPPF paragraph 138, Greenbelt Purpose A. It would have a limited boundary with the existing built-up form and would jut out rather than round off an existing urban area. The land forms part of a strategic gap between Billericay and Noak Hill, a visual and natural division between these settlements which would be partially eroded. Therefore, the proposal would also be partially contrary to MPPF paragraph 138, Greenbelt Purpose B. The proposed development would see the extension of the urban area encroaching into the countryside, contrary to MPPF paragraph 138, Greenbelt Purpose C, set out earlier in the proof. In terms of the effect on openness, the proposed dwellings, by reason of their intended number, height and siting across the wider site, will clearly have a significant greater impact upon the openness of the Greenbelt, both in spatial as well as visual terms than the existing undeveloped site. Two-storey dwellings, some with rooms in the roof, together with apartment blocks 2.5 stories in scale, will have a far greater visual impact on the local area than the existing undeveloped land that is visible from surrounding public roads, public rights of way and nearby houses. The proposed dwelling houses will extend beyond the existing settlement boundary and therefore spatially will erode the openness of the currently open field that occupies the whole of the site, exclusive of the additional proposed footpath / cycle link. An essential characteristic of Greenbelt is its openness, which the council interprets as a sense of freedom from development, structures and general activity. The proposed development would conflict with this characteristic, resulting in harm to the character of the area, contrary to policy BAS B12 of the Basildon Local Plan Safe Policies document, and would fail to preserve the openness, which would result in substantial harm to the Greenbelt. In terms of other harm, paragraph 174B of the MPPF advises that planning decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. In this regard, the proposed development would fail to take the opportunity to enhance the natural and local environment and would erode the open area of countryside. Furthermore, the application site offers outdoor recreation from the public right-of-way, which runs along the northeast boundary of the site, which facilitates public access and enjoyment of the site, and which will be irrecoverably impacted by the proposed development. The proposed development would result in the urbanisation of the site itself. Development of the appeal site for up to 200 homes would have an adverse, irreversible and permanent impact upon the character and appearance of the wider parcel of the open countryside. This cannot be satisfactorily mitigated by screen planting alone. In terms of very special circumstances, in light of the other considerations identified by the appellant, I consider that only the provision of market and affordable housing should be given substantial weight. I consider the economic benefits carry moderate weight. I consider that the former emerging site allocation carries limited weight. I consider that all other matters, namely the provision of open space, landscaping, the cycle/pedestrian routes, along with other physical highway works and the appeal site could be regarded as generally sustainable, do not constitute very special circumstances sufficient to outweigh the harm to the greenbelt, whether considered individually or when combined together, none of them being very special. Whilst the council accepts it is not able to demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing, in accordance with paragraph 11, footnote 7, tilted balance is not engaged in this instance. Monkhill Limited versus Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, and another, brackets 2019, bracket, paragraph 39 sets out how paragraph 11 of the NPPF should be interpreted. At point 4, it states where there are no relevant development plan policies, planning permission should be granted unless either Lim 1 or Lim 2 is satisfied. In this instance, Lim 1 is satisfied. Point 6 goes on to state, because paragraph 11D states that planning permission should be granted unless the requirements of either alternative is met, it follows that if either Lim 1 or Lim 2 is satisfied, the presumption in favour of sustainable development ceases to apply, which is the case in this application. Finally, overall, in my judgment, the proposals are inappropriate development, which is by definition harmful to the greenbelt. The proposals are further contrary to purposes A, B, and C of the greenbelt. Other harm in the shape of substantial harm to the openness of the greenbelt is caused by the proposals. Substantial weight must be given to this harm. Other considerations identified do not outweigh the harm identified so as to amount to very special circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Hope that wasn't too dry and came across
Well,
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. I'd like to ask you some supplementary questions dealing first with the purposes of including land in the greenbelt. Okay, so if you could go back in your proof to your paragraph 4.4, please.
Yes.
Now you start that paragraph with reference to volume 2 of the 2014 Landscape Character and Greenbelt Capacity Study. And you have, Madam, for your note, the document reference is CD 6.8. And Mr. Humphreys, you've appended excerpts from this at your appendix 4. Is that correct?
I think it was appendix 3.
3, I'm sorry.
And 3, I think it was. And
yes, you're quite right. It's appendix 3. Yeah.
Appendix 3, and I think, yeah, that's it.
Okay. So back to your paragraph 4, you refer there on the bottom line to paragraph 2.14.6 of the 2014 document.
Yes.
Do you see? And turning to your appendix 3, where it is set out, we can see that that paragraph
Yes. Yep.
It talks about the capacity for different land uses, and in respect of residential, it says a low capacity, limited opportunity for residential development due to prominent location and role site players in separating Great Burstead and Oak Hill. In Billericay, area with relatively better potential is located adjacent to existing development, for example, to the north. Interface to remainder of the site could be improved by planting to south of existing dwellings or any future extension to provide permanent boundary to the south. Yeah?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so moving on then to your paragraph 4.5.
Yes.
You refer here to the Greenbelt Review of 2017.
Yes.
And Madam, the note there is it's CD 6.9. But you have, again, appended an excerpt, Mr. Humphreys, and this is your appendix 4.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
And we can see in appendix 4 there is a parcel, there is a table rather, dealing with parcel 14B. It's on page 155 of the 2017 document. Appendix 4 of your, do you have it, Mr. Humphreys?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
I do.
okay,
Yep.
good. Well, it's that table, isn't it, which you've reproduced in the body of your evidence at 4.5.
Yes.
And parcel 14B coincides with the appeal site, but for the development of the existing residential property on the South Langhams, is that correct?
Yes, and the cycle footpath link that was proposed. Yeah.
All right. So jumping ahead to your paragraph back in your proof 4.7.
Yes. Yep.
You there deal with the 2018 Greenbelt topic paper.
Yes.
And Madam, that's CD 613. Now, Mr. Humphreys, at your 4.7, you are dealing with purpose C, encroachment of the Greenbelt. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And you set out the section from the 2018 topic paper, which supports your view on purpose C.
Yes.
All right. So could you please take up the 2018 topic paper so we could have a look at it?
I've got a copy in front of me. I haven't got it on the screen. But,
no, you don't need to put it on the screen. Just have it. Just look at it. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
I think we can all see it.
Yep.
And within that document, if you turn to the page 55.
Yes.
We have site H18, land adjacent to Windmill Heights in the first column. That's the appeal site, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so over the page, on page 56, there's a large paragraph. Yeah, the first big paragraph on page 56. Yeah.
Yes.
So could you just read that paragraph for us, please?
Yes, certainly. It says, due to the level of containment of this site by the existing urban form and the highway network, development on this site would not logically open up other parts of the Greenbelt to development, either planned or unplanned, Consequently, it is not considered that this proposal would give rise to urban sprawl, nor will it constitute urban sprawl in itself, as it extends no further southwards or westwards than other parts of Billericay. Consequently, it will not result in neighbouring towns merging, particularly as the neighbouring settlements of Notebridge and Basildon are some distance away, and other parts of South Green and Great Burstead are closer to these settlements already.
All right. So that's what the 2018 topic paper says about the first purpose, purpose A, sprawl, and do you accept that analysis?
It's an analysis. I disagree with the findings in the way it relates to purposes A and B in respect to that topic paper.
Okay, well, before we go into that, if I could ask you first to turn to the landscape and visual statement of common ground, please.
Yes.
And turn to section 2.4.
Yes. Yep.
And the final entry in that table.
Yes.
And just remind us what that says.
Sure. In respect to 2.4, the final point in the table says the appeals site, owing to existing settlement pattern, extends no further southwards or westwards than other parts of Billericay, and that's from the Basildon Council Greenbelt topic paper.
Yeah, and you agree with that? Presumably that's in the agreed.
It's factually correct that it extends no further southwards than the wider settlement of Billericay or westwards, given the other parts that project out. Yes, that's correct.
All right. So what I would like to ask you about then is in light of the 2018 topic paper findings and the agreed position in the statement of common ground about the extension westward and south. If you could explain your points you make at 4.6 of your proof, where you say, in respect of purpose A, sprawl, do you understand? Yeah. Yes. You make 2 points. You say the appeal site would have limited boundary. This is in the middle of your 4.6.
Yes.
It would have a limited boundary with the existing built form and would jut out to some 300 metres from the existing settlement edge rather than round off an existing urban area. So in light of the earlier findings on the statement of common ground, just explain please what you mean by the proposal would have a limited boundary with the existing built form first. Okay,
so the site bounds the urban edge of Billericay or Great Burstead at its northern side. That represents only around a quarter of the perimeter of the whole site, and the predominantly exposed urban edge is predominantly to Windmill Heights and Bell Hill Close, where there's around 9 dwellings that are immediately on that boundary that are most evident. The ones in Langham Crescent are fairly well screened and have deep gardens, so they're not readily visible. So, but it's predominantly it's seen as open countryside with an urban edge.
Yeah, and if I've understood what you're saying is that the part of the site contiguous with the urban edge in the northern part of the site is approximately a quarter of the perimeter, is that it?
Approximately, yes.
All right. And the second point, it's this jut out point rather than round off. It just help the inspector with the point you're making there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The reason I try to make that point is that the development of the appeal site in the manner proposed would extend 300 metres or the depth of the appeal site from north to south out into the open countryside. So to the west and to the southeast, there's no, it's not developed. There are a couple of sporadic dwellings to the southeast, but it's read as part of the wider open countryside. And as I understand it, when the site was put forward for a draft allocation, there was a further site, H17D, further to the west, and this would have been seen in the context of that wider site where there may well have been a potential rounding off of the settlement alongside that site. However, that has no longer come forward, and there's no application in on that site.
All right.
So
Well,
this juts out. Yep.
Well, in fact, that is a point made by Ms. Symes. She makes let's see exactly what she does say. It's in her rebuttal on landscape and visual matters, which is Madam CD 7.25. Just see what the point that you're responding to, just see what is said. Do you have the rebuttal?
Yes.
It's the final paragraph of that document at 212. And it's the second half of that paragraph there at 212. Do you see it?
Yes. Shall I read it out?
No, I don't think they need, but you can see the plan.
I can see it. Yep.
So essentially, what is said is, well, in the context of H17D, that allocation, there wouldn't be a jutting out. Rather, there would be a rounding off of the southern side of Billericay. Yeah.
Yes.
And your response?
I broadly agree that if the other site had come forward as well, that would largely round off that section, albeit for the intervening playing fields at Billericay School.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned, you told us a moment ago that allocation, what happened to that allocation?
That allocation, along with this allocation, fell away after the full council resolved to withdraw the draft emerging local plan, which showed those two sites as draft allocations within it.
Okay, and I think you said there'd been no application for that.
There's no pending application in on that site, no.
All right. Okay, then focusing then only for the moment on purpose A, to check unrestricted sprawl of the large built up area.
Yep.
What level of impact do you say the proposals would have on that purpose?
Okay, so I don't know if I specified it in the proof for giving a particular assessment of that, but I would say there would be, notwithstanding that we agree that there's a level of containment at the site, I would still consider there would be a significant potential urban sprawl into the site from its development in the manner proposed.
All right. Okay. Moving on then to purpose B. Yeah, which is to prevent
Yes.
neighbouring towns from merging. And
Yes.
again, we've if you could go back to the 2018 topic paper at page 56.
Yes.
And you've read us that paragraph, which notes that there wouldn't be, it would not result in towns merging, because Note Bridge and Basildon are some distance away, and other parts of South Green and Great Bursted are closer to these settlements already. And you've acknowledged that the landscape and visual statement of common ground accepts as its 2.4 that the existing settlement pattern already exists further south and west. In your proof, again at 4.6, you say that the proposal would partly contribute,
Yes.
partly be contrary to this purpose. The same question, what level of impact, if any, do you put onto the that the proposals would have contrary to this purpose?
Certainly. I mean, I would certainly accept that it would be no nearer to Basildon and Note Bridge than the existing wider settlement of Great Bursted and South Green, being that it's no further south than existing.
Yeah.
But it would result in potential coalescence of development towards Note Hill, reducing the separation between those two settlements. And I therefore I've identified it as a partly contributing to the purpose as per Greenbelt, the Greenbelt Review 2017, which advocated that, and I suppose I would give that a moderate weighting.
Well, yeah, for the moment, we're just focusing on the level of impact. So
okay,
we say moderate impact.
Yeah. Insofar as it reduces the separation between those settlements by probably around a third. In terms of Note Hill, the larger built-up section further south, which is to the south of Church Street.
Sorry, just explain that point with reference to the plan which you've included in your proof at 4.7.
Okay, yes. So
just
if
what point are you making?
Insofar as it reduces the separation distance as one travels down Note Hill Road between the two settlements of Billericay and Note Hill by around a third, albeit that I do acknowledge that other parts of Great Bursted are currently nearer to Note Hill than existing, but it's that sort of wider incremental incursion into the open countryside that this proposal represents.
It may be said that Note Hill isn't really a town, isn't really part of Basildon.
It's true that it's not a large settlement. I believe the Greenbelt Review in the methodology, bear with me a moment, specifically identified Note Hill would be part of the study. This is the Basildon Borough Greenbelt Review. It said, bear with me a moment.
Okay, you're gonna have to give us a reference.
Yeah, bear with me a moment. So the Greenbelt Review at 6.9.
Okay, so Greenbelt Review is the CD number 6.9.
CD number 6.9.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, apologies. And then at page 26, it specifically acknowledges Note Hill as is in addition to the other towns and settlements, as because it's significantly built up, they use that in their assessment of reviewing the green belt.
I see. Okay, so it's. Am I right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
if I just say at 5.57 in that document, at page 26, it says Note Hill, previously an unserviced village, is now considered as a large built-up area for the purpose of this study.
I see. I see.
But I do acknowledge it's not a town in its own sense. It's a long ribbon development of housing, but it's been well established and it's quite a significant area of development.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Moving on then to the third purpose, purpose C, which is to assist in safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. And you deal with this at your paragraph 4.7.
Yes.
Here you agree with the 2018 topic paper.
Yes.
And if we just remind ourselves what that says about encroachment, if we go back to page 56 of the topic paper, and if you could read then just the final paragraph in that middle column.
Yes, certainly. The final paragraph in that column says, the greatest harm, therefore, in relation to this development proposal is in relation to encroachment into the countryside, as the site comprises open fields. Additionally, the topography is such that this site is visible from the south and may feature in long distance views from the Basildon area. It is however, well screened from the view from the A176, limiting local visibility as people travel in and out of Billericay from this direction.
Right now, Miss Symes accepts that there will be encroachment on the appeal site, but that it will be restricted to the appeal site itself and perceived only from the immediate environ. You understand that?
Yes.
And if we could go again to the L and V statement of common ground.
Bear with me a moment. Apologies, I've got a lot of hard copies in. I just want to make sure I've got it.
We had it a moment ago, didn't we?
I did have it a moment ago, yes. I do have it now, yes.
Excellent. Well, if we turn to that, and if we 2.6, the first entry there, we can see that it's agreed that the visual impact of the appeal scheme is localised, limited predominantly to visual receptors in the immediate vicinity, and you accept that?
We have accepted that, which slightly contradicts one other point I made in my proof about it being highly visible. I mean, this says it's limited predominantly to the visual receptors. That I would agree, it's predominantly limited to the immediate vicinity receptors, but the site is visible from certain areas in the wider landscape. Okay,
well, we'll come to that in a moment when we address openness. But for now, whilst we're still in the L and V statement of common ground, we can see also at 2.7, it's agreed in the context of openness that the first entry, any change is limited to the appeal site itself, where there would be a degree of harm to the openness. Yeah, and the second, the appeal scheme does not affect the openness of the greenbelt outside of the appeal site boundary. You see those?
I do, yes.
Yeah. So in that context, and you address this at your paragraph 419,
Yes.
in the context of the appeal site being largely contained to the local environment, how do you say then that the purpose C, to assist, safeguard the countryside from encroachment, is harmed?
Well, I mean, well, the site itself forming part of the open countryside, for which this would encroach into it, notwithstanding, as I've mentioned before, we do accept there is a level of containment of the site.
Where would it be primarily perceived from, the encroachment?
The encroachment would be primarily perceived from the immediate vicinity of Kennel Lane.
Yeah.
Due to the open gaps in that hedgerow and the undulating nature of the road.
And what about from? Sorry.
Yep. Sorry, go on. No. I was going to say I do accept that there is an established tree belt along the A176, which largely obscures much of the site. Although you would potentially again grab glimpses of it in the winter when there's less leaves on the trees, but that not to the extent that would be.
And what about
so significant.
What about from the north?
And yes, there would certainly be an adverse impact in views from residential properties to the north, which are in a much more elevated position and currently have views out over the surrounding southern parts of the borough, Langdon Hills, towards the estuary.
All right, and then overall, in light of all of that, what level of impact do you say the proposals would have on purpose C?
Yeah, in terms of what I have said, that the site meets or fulfills the objective of purpose C to assist safeguarding the countryside from encroachment, and I would consider that because of its undeveloped nature, open countryside, that this would have a significant impact.
All right. Now we move on now to openness, and I appreciate that encroachment and openness. There's quite a lot of overlap between them.
There's a bit of a crossover, isn't it? Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Here, you're clear. You state at paragraph 414, you say that you find a substantial and permanent loss of openness. Yeah.
Yes.
And then you use the same phrase at the end of your paragraph 416. You say there would be a substantial reduction in openness. Yeah.
Yes.
And then finally, in your final paragraph on this section at 421, you say a substantial increase in permanent development proposed scheme will significantly impact the visual perception of openness. So I just wanted to know overall, you've used substantial in your proof, but also you say significant. would like to ask you, what was your overall assessment? What level of harm do you find to openness with these proposals?
As a whole, I've identified it as a substantial harm to the openness. I appreciate I've used significant in a couple of places and perhaps interchangeably, which is maybe not my intention, but
all right. Now, one of the things which in your, go back to your proof at 416, and you explained there how the illustrative layout and the proportion of developed land and volume and massing and so on contributes to what you say is the harm to the openness. Now, what Ms. Symes says in her rebuttal is, if we could turn back to that document, please.
yes.
And it's the first paragraph, 2.0.1, and she refers to her VVM from viewpoint G.
Yes.
And essentially, she's saying that from that position, looking across the open part of the proposed scheme, i.e. into the valley, that a sense of openness would in fact be retained. I wonder if you could turn to Ms. Symes' VVM from her appendices.
Yes.
And it's the first VVM on page
70, is it? Or
70.
60? So 70, yeah, that's the existing. Yep.
Yeah. And the point she's making, and the VVMs both include and exclude the tree, and then we have them at year 1 and then year 15 when the landscaping has reached maturity. Essentially, she's saying, well, if you're looking down there, you'd still have a sense of openness because of this part of the site which isn't proposed to be developed. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that if you took that direct line of sight from point G east southeastwards, looking straight ahead, you may have a perception of openness because it widens out, I think, between 50 to 100 meters from your standing point to the eastern part of the site.
Yeah.
But what you don't gauge from that, obviously, in your peripheral vision, you would have the perception that there is a urban housing estates either side of that open space. So as you look straight down the valley, and with additional trees that may help to screen some of those, but you would still have a perception of being in part of a wider estate. I think that the buildings would be between 10 and 11.5 meters high, which is fairly significant. And I appreciate they had to do that in order to get the capacity they required to make the scheme viable.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I do also acknowledge it's only an outline, so the design may eventually change, as would potentially development of or lack of development in the Central Valley if a future developer chose to make a different alternative design following approval of an outline scheme on the site.
I understand. All right. Now, the other point, the other main point made by Ms. Symes in rebuttal is to contest what you say at your paragraph, first paragraph 419, where you say in the final line, in the wider landscape, the elevated parts of the appeal site are open to views from the south.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on in the paragraph 422, you say that the scheme would be visible from the surrounding area, including long distance views. You see where we are, yeah?
Yes, I can see that. I mean, I suppose
sorry, there's another one. At your 420, you say it'd be highly visible in the surrounding areas. Now,
420, yep.
Yeah, essentially Ms. Symes is saying, well, no, that isn't so, and she refers to the photographs from her viewpoints further away, to the west and to the south. And we've accepted that it's common ground, isn't it, that the visual envelope is predominantly limited to the immediate local area. Yeah?
Yes.
And that's 2.3 of the L and V.
Yes.
We've been to it already. 2.7 also says it will be change in openness will be limited to the appeal site itself. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I mean, can I?
Yes, of course. So I was going to say, in light of all of that, how do you say openness of the appeal site is affected to a significant degree?
Okay. In terms of visibility, I would have to concede that it's not highly visible from those long distance views. It would be partly visible against that wider backdrop.
Yeah,
I would have to concede that. I do admit from those limited views that we've identified, notwithstanding that there may be greater views out from the site from the elevated parts, but yeah, I appreciate from the surroundings those limited views, those distant views do mean it's not highly visible. It will be partly visible. So.
Okay. All right then. But given that, how then is the openness in your judgment? How do you get to the judgment of significant harm to openness?
Well, I mean, openness. Certainly. Well, and as the MPPG advises, openness is, as well as a visual aspect, there is a spatial aspect. So, notwithstanding that there may be some additional tree screening, the additional volume, the height and the amount of building massing, domestic paraphernalia, parking, hard standings would all reduce the spatial openness of the site. And in combination with those views that are visible, primarily in the immediate setting from Kennel Lane, that would have a detrimental impact on openness. Could I also suggest that the whilst I accept that the additional tree screening that is proposed is significant and will in the long term help to screen the site from Kennel Lane, that envisages potentially 15 years before it becomes established, with development potentially commencing on site in 2025. So you'd be looking at sort of 2040 before you've got that complete sense of enclosure, assuming all the trees establish and none die off during the planting. And also that assumes that this being an outline site, that a future developer buys it in a good time and does seek to build it out within that period.
Okay. Okay. Turning then to character and appearance, and in your proof, you refer to the starting at your 4.2.5. You set out at length there what the Site 18 analysis is in the 2007 landscape appraisals of potential strategic development sites document. Yeah.
Yes.
And that is CD 611, and the figure which you put in your proof after paragraph 4.26 is taken from that document, isn't it?
Yes.
And you understand, of course, that, well, we can see from that figure that Site 18 is a wider area than the appeal site. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I do say that. I've just sourcing the actual hard copy document. Bear with me. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah. Yes.
And the point you make, you draw attention to at your 4.32 is that the Site 18 analysis identifies only approximately the northern third of the appeal site as having the potential for development.
It does. Yes.
Yeah. Now in rebuttal, again, what Ms. Symes says about this analysis, it's rebuttal 2.05. And what she says essentially is, well, she queries it. She says that the low sensitivity of the area is given to the part of the site which is most elevated and arguably most visible. So we can see from your figure 5, it's that northern part.
Yes.
Whereas a higher sensitivity, and not recommended for development, is the southern 2/3 of the appeal site. You understand the point she's making?
I do understand the point. I mean, I had to review that document myself, and if I just read from it on page 187 of the Basel Outline Landscape Appraisals of Potential Strategic Development Sites, which I think, yeah,
hang on, wait a minute.
What you're referring to. Sorry, I'll give you the reference. Sorry, which is your 6.11 CD 6.11.
Yeah, but
yeah, which is what you're referring to.
Yeah.
In terms of site sensitivity, it does say, if I just read it out on page 187, it says the land adjacent to Wimore Heights and Langham Crescent is considered less sensitive due to the existing exposed edge to development on the elevated land, which currently detracts from the character and quality of views and local landscape character. So
yeah,
it appears that the reason they've suggested that is because it's already at that exposed edge, and to seek to try to provide a greater buffer, which I think is referred to in one of the other documents.
Okay, so what's your what are you saying about that?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's still greenbelt land, but if it were to be developed, this study suggests only that northern third of the site be developed in order to try to enhance the boundary with windmill heights. Not that that's to say that you couldn't do that with other methods such as additional tree planting now, but
and okay, and you're agreeing with that analysis, is that?
yeah, I generally agree with that analysis. I think I think I read it somewhere. I can't recall exactly that the lower section was given a higher sensitivity purely because it was further from the urban edge and was there was less public access to that part of the site, because you got the footpath 32 in the northeast part of the site through which that northern third would correspond.
So it's the influence of the urban edge, really, which you're saying is had the impact on character.
Which appears to be the reason why they put that forward. But obviously, I wasn't involved in the study itself. I think that was our policy team.
Yeah. So. All right, and then back to your proof, please. At 4.2.9, you set out there key site features and characteristics from the landscape character assessment for this area, when we're within LCA 11, aren't we?
Yes, which is the I think was that West Billericay wooded farmlands. I think it was.
That's right, and you've appended excerpts from that at your appendix 2.
Yes, I believe so. Just trying to find my copy. Bear with me. Yes, I did. Yes. Yes.
All right. And in fact, what you've set out at 4.29 is taken from the 2017 document rather than from the LCA itself. That appears to be what you've done at 4.29.
Bear with me a moment. You may be right. Bear with me.
Well, that's what you say.
Yep. Okay. Well, then that's Oh, yes, I do say that. Yes. Yes.
I mean that. Yeah.
Yes, but I do appreciate that the local the landscape character assessment also identifies key features or key characteristics, but that was of the wider West Billericay wooded farmland site, of which this is a relative small part.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, so just so we understand what you've included at your 4.29, if we go back to the 2017 document, the Basildon Outline Landscape Appraisals of Potential Strategic Development Sites,
yes,
it's at page 180 of that document. Is that right?
Bear with me a moment. Let me just bring that one up. Sorry, what? So that is. Sorry, what was that? CD.
Let me just get the CD reference.
Thank you. Just so I can just double check it.
611.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, and I think I used that in the committee report.
Right. So, okay. So, essentially, the characteristics.
Sorry, could you just repeat that reference again, please?
So, Madam,
CD reference.
it's CD 611.
Thank you.
Is that page 186, isn't it?
Well, and within that document, you're saying page 186, Mr. Humphreys.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Okay. Yeah. I apologies if I was trying to confuse there. I think I used two separate sections of the local character area 11 and the site 18 from the outline landscape appraisals of potential strategic development sites, of which that is part of the wider landscape character area.
Those features and characteristics at your 429 are, it's fair to say, they're drawn from both of those documents, from 611 and from the character appraisal.
I think they're just drawn from the outline landscape appraisals of potential strategic development sites.
Is that 611? Is that what you're talking about?
That's the 611. Sorry, yes. Yep.
Right. Okay.
Only because they were the ones pertinent to that site. So I haven't included all of them. Like there's one here.
I see.
The spire of St Mary Magdalene, but that's not visible from the appeal site.
I
It
see.
is visible within the wider part of that
yeah.
site.
I understand. So obviously, as you say, the site 18 analysis in CD 611 covers a bigger area. So you've drawn the key characteristics and features which you think are relevant just to the appeal site.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, thanks for that. Now, what I wanted to ask you then was, overall, you find 422. We've been through this. You find a significant adverse impact upon the character and appearance of the area and the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. Yeah, that's your conclusion at 422 of your proof. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm interested in how you get to that conclusion. So what I'd like to ask you is if you could explain how you say the proposals would influence each of the key site features and characteristics which you have identified at your 429. Do you understand?
Yes. Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
And before we do that, again, if we can just refer to the landscape and visual statement of common ground again, at its section 2.5.
Okay, let me just get that one again. Bear with me. Sorry, could you repeat that reference?
It's section 2.5 of the landscape
Yes.
and visual. Yeah, and it's the final entry there.
Yeah.
So we're agreed that harms to character and appearance will be limited to the appeal site and its immediate setting. So, bearing that in mind, if we could deal then with each of the features and characteristics which you identify at your 429, yeah? Do you understand?
Yes, yeah, I can understand. So,
yeah, so the first one, sloping and undulating topography with most elevated lands at the north. How would be?
Yes. It would, yeah, with the construction of houses at the north and the southern end of the site, I appreciate that they would be constructed on the reflecting the topography, but you would lose that perception of that undulating form across the whole site from certain views. So you would certainly, you'd only perceive it, yeah, from say viewpoint G. Your view of the site would be reduced, and from the footpath 32.
Okay. And then the next one is,
yeah,
the next one is in fact.
Yeah. Sorry.
You want to say something?
No, what I was going to say, and yeah, your perception of that rolling topography, it would be changed because of the nature of the amount of development on the site, and of course, once you planted additional trees and things in it, you wouldn't perceive so much of that rolling topography.
All right. And the next point is the public footpaths, which it is said to provide views across the site.
Yeah.
How do you say that would be affected?
Well, again, I mean, the footpath is quite relatively short behind Langham Crescent. As one enters it from Windmill Heights, you have that perception of leaving that urban area and entering a open countryside, open field, and that would be significantly compromised. You would only then gain a view once you've got past the housing that's proposed on the site, once you're near a Hunter's Avenue. So effectively all of that, the view along the footpath would be irrevocably changed because of the 10 to 11.5 metre high buildings that would be either fronting the footpath or running alongside it. So you would still have that perception of being in that urban environment.
I see. Okay, the next one, an agricultural landscape with extensive tree cover that provides a green fringe to the western urban edge of Great Bursted and South Green.
Yeah, so you would certainly lose that perception of the open agricultural field character. I appreciate there's not particularly many trees within the site itself. They're all on the periphery, and those are intended to be retained. And if anything, I appreciate there would be more trees planted within the site. So yeah, there would be a complete change to the character and appearance of the site.
All right.
And the roadside hedge,
yeah,
Kennel Lane. Well, yeah, that would be potentially improved, I appreciate, with the additional tree belt planting. I believe they suggested sort of woodland belts, but I think sort of 10 or so meters wide. I mean, that's almost equivalent to the canopy of a mature tree. So more like long tree belts rather than woodlands, as such. And then long distance views from elevated footpaths across the Crouch Valley to Basel and Langdon Hills. Yeah, I think, well, I've just taken that from the key characteristics. That just reflects the one I said earlier. Open views of the site from residential properties and Windmill Heights. Yeah, well, I appreciate that there may not be a right to a view in the planning system, but
no, this is talking about
apologies.
across the Crouch Valley. It's from elevated footpaths
Across the Crouch Valley.
Yeah, I don't think it's talking about the footpath on the site, is it?
Across the Crouch Valley to Basden and Langdon Hills. I think that's. I mean, it's been identified as part of the characters. It may not. I suppose I would lump it in with the earlier comment I made about the effect on public footpath 32, but
I'm not sure it's the same, but
I'm not sure. I mean, I appreciate there's other footpaths that run through the site, but certainly the northern one is the one that has the most elevated views. So I'm not quite sure what other footpaths they may be getting at on that one. If I'm
all right.
confused.
And then open views of the site from residential properties on Windmill Heights, and yeah,
I was alluding to that. I mean, I appreciate there's only a limited number of dwellings that face the site from Windmill Heights and Belwood Close, but they do have currently uninterrupted exposed views open over the open countryside that drops away some sort of 10 or so meters from their perspective to the southern end of the site, and that would be irrecoverably changed as a result of the construction of the new buildings, 10 to 11.5 meters in height, taller than their existing buildings. So there will be that change to their outlook.
Yeah, all right. And then the final one's really to do with a green belt purpose, and we've dealt with that.
Yeah.
All right. Overall, having given a bit more evidence about the impact on these features and characteristics, is your overall conclusion of a significant adverse impact on character and appearance, is that changed or the same?
I would say it would still be the same, but I do acknowledge that the effect is primarily localized to the immediate setting of the site, but nevertheless it still is significantly harmful to the purpose that site serves as being a piece of open countryside.
Okay.
And could I also say one more thing in terms of the protrusions of the site were to be developed, and recognizing that other parts of the site might or other parts of the settlement also protrude. I would have to say that Billericay is an irregular shaped site. Irregular shaped boundaries to the settlement. You're
talking about your jutting out point.
Yeah. That's what I was.
We say jutting. So in the context of the jutting out argument, Billericay has.
It's not a circular settlement, so there are other parts that may project or from it.
Right.
I'm not sure that really helps, but
well, what point are you making, sir?
I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Maybe I'll leave that one.
All right. Now, I'd like to deal then finally with weight. Ultimately, as you know, the inspector has to weigh up everything, and will be interested to know what weight each of the expert witnesses put onto the various aspects of this case. And the first thing to deal with is the weight to the evidence base. And you say you're 443. You say that you give limited weight to the evidence base for the now withdrawn local plan. Now, it may well be put to you that despite that, you have relied quite heavily on it in your evidence, whether it's the 2017 review or the landscape partnerships evidence, or even the 2018 topic paper. So what do you say about that?
I do acknowledge that. I mean, the number of the documents were produced, and a lot were intended to inform the emerging local plan, which was withdrawn.
Yeah.
And as such, I've sort of, whilst I recognise I've referred to them quite a lot in the inquiry, because they were most or the evidence that I had to rely on in terms of looking at character and other aspects. I have given them broadly a sort of a limited weight because they intended to inform the emerging local plan, which was subsequently withdrawn. So
yeah, but you understand the point that you give them limited weight, but you are relying quite heavily on them.
Yes. Yeah, no, I understand the point, and certainly some of them, like the local character or the landscape character studies, were produced just to assess the effect on the landscape of
all right.
But yeah.
Well, moving on then to the weight which is given to the benefits of the scheme. Yeah, you understand?
Yes.
We've dealt with the harms. Some of the harms are agreed. There's a difference between you and Miss Symes about purposes A and B. But turning to the other side of the scales, if you like, and the weight to the benefits. Now, in market and affordable housing, you accept that your 449, that both are a significant benefit and substantial weight should be given to each. And we know that Ms. Challoner goes further than that and finds that very substantial benefit flows from these, from this aspect of the development, and they should be given very substantial weight. Yeah, you understand?
Yes, I understand. So,
yeah. How do you justify your findings of substantial weight, dealing first with market housing and then affordable?
Okay. So with market housing, I do recognise that the 200 homes is an important contribution that the council would need to meet its future housing targets. I've afforded it a substantial weight. I wouldn't afford it. I haven't afforded it very substantial weight purely because we have recently had other schemes that are significantly larger, and they may well in themselves offer perhaps more substantial housing. I'm thinking of ones. We've had one recently only approved a year ago. I think it was the 1st of October last year at Gardeners Lane South in Basildon for 700 homes. And then recently we've had a number of appeal decisions go against the council for between 500 and 2,800 homes in Basildon town centre. So those ones, one could argue, relativity to this site are very substantial, but not to belittle this scheme, because I do recognise that 200 homes is a large number and is a welcome contribution in that sense to meeting the future housing targets.
Understood. And then, in respect of the affordable housing which is proposed.
Yep. Yeah, and I do acknowledge that the appellants upped the offer for the affordable housing from the policy requirement of 31% at the beginning of the application process to 36% towards the end of the process. However, again, whilst that's very welcomed, the 31%, which would equate to about 62 dwellings of an equivalent 200 scheme, is the policy requirement. The additional 5% that is above that would represent potentially up to 10 additional affordable dwellings. And again, I recognise the council does have a deficit of affordable dwellings, so they need to provide those. But 10 I've afforded a substantial weight, the additional above the policy requirement.
All right, and then in the other benefits, which are referred to, the new public open space, you accept in your proof is a benefit. It's at 452 and 453.
Yes. Yep.
And you say in the middle of 452, the benefits to the wider community would be limited. And what weight, therefore, would you urge the inspector to place on that benefit in the final balancing exercise?
Again, yeah, I would say the open space is welcomed, but I have afforded it a limited weight purely because it would involve the central part of the site, which is perhaps the more steeper part that is less able to be developed for housing, and is required for the sustainable urban drainage of the site, for which there may be within a couple of attenuation basins, so there would be expected to be water within those basins much of the time. And because the topography of the site, that would limit the ability to place such play equipment or other features or access or make it level access. Also, there's Mill Meadows Nature Reserve is nearby, which is a much larger recreation ground. Whilst this area would primarily serve the future residents of this scheme alone, albeit that the neighbouring immediate residents to the north would have access to it as well. But it wouldn't be of the much wider benefit, say, as like the Mill Meadows or Norsey Woods, much larger areas of open space that provide to the wider part of the town.
Understood. The new cycle and pedestrian routes, you haven't in your proof indicated what weight you would give to that benefit.
I didn't. No, and apologies for that. If I were to give it a weight, I would give it. Again, whilst it's a welcome benefit, I would perhaps afford it a limited weight, because it's required in order to make the connectivity between this site and up towards the town centre for pedestrians. It wouldn't connect any further south, because there is no cycle path down Oak Hill Road, although I believe it is a Basildon Council aspiration to provide a cycle route along Oak Hill Road at some point in the future. That could occur with or without this site funding permitting. There would be space along Oak Hill Road to provide a cycle link. I think this was also intended to primarily go up to the underpass at the top of Oak Hill Road to serve or also to provide access to Billericay School for any future children that may use it, use the site. I'm not sure you could get, there is a specific cycle connection from the southern side of Sun Street, London Road, up to the High Street, wherever the town centre proper is. So I think it's only pedestrian links. So I'm not sure it would provide that full connectivity to the town centre.
All right. economic benefit you've given moderate weight, and you seem to be in agreement there with.
I think we're in agreement. That's moderate. Yeah.
Challoner. And then finally, the ecological benefits, which are essentially the additional trees and the biodiversity net gain. You don't address this. What weight would you give to those benefits?
Okay. Yeah, I apologise. I didn't attribute that weight in the proof. I do recognise there would be biodiversity net gains from this scheme. I think it says, and we've agreed 15 to 19% along the tree lines and tree planting. So I would afford that a moderate weight. Notwithstanding, you would also have the additional activities from 400 plus residents on the scheme that may affect the sensitivities of certain wildlife. I appreciate there would be biodiversity enhancements of the site, which otherwise is currently a largely open arable field.
I see. Good. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Those are all the questions I have. If you wait there, there's certain to be some questions, but perhaps, Madam, that would be an opportunity to take a short break before cross-examination begins.
Yes, we'll do that. So we will adjourn for it's 20 past, nearly 20 past 11. If we say till 11:30, and we'll resume at 11:30. Thank you. Hello everyone, it is now 11:30, so we'll resume the inquiry, please. Just check that everybody's here that we're expecting. Thank you, and that you're suitably refreshed before we begin.
Thank you, Madam. Can I just check that you and Mr. Humphreys can hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Litton.
Thank you.
I can hear you too, Mr. Litton.
Good, excellent. And Mr. Humphreys, can I just identify some documents which you might want to have to hand?
Yes.
I'll try and do this in chronological order. You'll need the National Planning Policy Framework, which is included in the core documents as CD 4.1.
Yep.
CD 6.9, which is the Greenbelt Review 2017.
Yep.
CD 6.11, which you were looking at with Mr. Atkinson.
Yes.
CD 6.13, which is the Greenbelt topic paper.
Yes.
CD 7.10, which is the landscape statement of common ground.
Yes.
CD 7.25, which is Ms. Symes's rebuttal proof of evidence.
Yes.
And sorry, this is not in the chronological order. CD 3.1, which is the report committee prepared in the context of this appeal.
Yes, certainly. I think I've got a hard copy on my desk for that. Yes.
All right. And have you got those documents?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. I want to just start with understanding one or two things, which I hope are not going to be controversial. And it's in terms of your experience, which you set out in section 1 of your proof of evidence on page 3. And tell us you've got 22 years of experience in planning, and I think most of that has been with Basildon Borough Council.
Yes, that's correct.
And you say at 1.3 that you've been in your current role for 2 years.
Yes.
What I want to know is, have you worked in forward planning the preparation of the now withdrawn local plan?
I was not involved with this emerging local plan. No. I did a stint in our policy team probably about 15 years ago. I think it was when we were looking towards a local development framework. So, but I haven't been involved in this particular one.
All right, but you're obviously familiar with the background documents, because indeed you've relied quite heavily on those.
Yes.
And indeed the various processes that have been through in relation to that emerging local plan, including its subsequent withdrawal.
Yes.
Okay. And can I just ask, I mean, in terms of CD 3.1, which is the report to committee, it's said to be a report by the head of planning with inquiries to you. Did you prepare this report, or did the head of planning prepare it?
I prepared the report. All the reports have the head of planning put at the top of them.
All right. Okay, good. then I want to also just understand and just keep that report to committee open, please, and your proof of evidence. And the NPPF, and again, I suspect we're going to be able to agree this. In terms of paragraph 11 and the presumption in favour of sustainable development, we can agree, can't we, that the council does not have a 5-year housing land supply?
Yes.
And indeed, over the last 3 years, I don't think the council has delivered more than 45% of its housing requirement, has it?
No.
So, footnote 8 applies, does it not? Both because there isn't a 5-year housing land supply and because the housing delivery has been so low. Yes?
I see what you're saying, but it does say, pardon me if I just read it out. Yeah, for decision taking, this means approving development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan or without delay, or where there are no relevant development plan policies or policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date.
Yeah.
Granting
Footnote
permission.
8, see footnote 8.
See footnote 8, but then it says granting permission.
Yeah, I'm not going there yet. I just want to
Okay,
understand footnote 8. We agree, don't we, that footnote 8 applies because there is no 5-year housing land supply, and additionally, not that we need to go that far, but additionally because the housing delivery rate has been so low.
I believe we will, but let me just double check that in my mind. Yeah, that would be correct. Yes.
Yeah. And the consequence of the application of footnote 8, reasons we discussed, is that the policies most important for determining the application are out of date.
The Greenbelt policy is still considered compliant. It's still, although I do appreciate it hasn't been reviewed, it would still, the site remains Greenbelt until such time as it's been formally reviewed.
Mr. Humphreys, that wasn't the question I asked you.
Okay.
We're going to make
apologies. Maybe rephrase it. Apologies. Okay, say that again.
The consequence of the application of footnote 8 means that the policies most relevant to the determination of this application are out of date, correct?
I mean, they're old, but it doesn't mean they're necessarily irrelevant, or they would still.
I'm not saying they're irrelevant.
No.
Listen to the question, please.
Apologies.
What the NPPF tells you is that they are out of date. That is correct, isn't it?
I'm reluctant to agree if they still they're still pertinent.
Well, I think you're disagreeing with government policy, are you? Well-known government policy.
It's not my intention.
There is a housing shortfall and/or a failure in terms of delivery. The policies are not out of date. You're disagreeing with that.
We can agree that the policies may well be out of date in that sense.
Yes. Well, and then the answer to my question is yes, they are out of date. Because that's what the NPPF tells us.
Okay, I'll accept it.
Yeah, thank you. And the two policies most relevant to the determination of this appeal are one, GB1. Correct?
Yes.
And policy B, is it BES 12?
BAS B12.
AS 12.
Yes.
And so we can agree, can't we, that those being the most relevant policies for the determination of this appeal, applying footnote 8 of the NPPF and paragraph 11 means that those policies are out of date.
I mean, I would caveat my response. I accept they may be considered out of date, but they're still the adopted local plan policies for the area, which are being considered still compliant. So,
I haven't, well, I don't think you mean still compliant, but
yeah,
compliant with the
compliant. Yeah, apologies,
Yeah.
apologies. MPBF compliant. That's what I mean. Yeah.
All right. Okay, well, so far so good. Now, the second part of paragraph D is that where you have, as we have here, policies that are considered to be out of date, then there is a presumption in favour of the grant of planning permission unless one of two situations applies, correct?
Yes.
And the two situations are those set out at Roman 1, Roman 2. In the first instance, if the application of policies in the framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provides a clear reason for refusing the development, then the tilted balance doesn't apply. Yes. i.e.
Yes.
It's disapplied.
Yes.
And that's, we're not into the second category, which is where any adverse impacts significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits. But we're in Roman 1, aren't we?
We are, yes.
That's because there is an impact on the greenbelt.
Yes.
Yeah. And so it is correct, isn't it, that the tilted balance, the presumption in favour of development, does apply unless the inspector is satisfied that the impact to the greenbelt provides a clear reason for refusal. Yes, that's the way it works.
Well, unless, apologies, unless there was it, unless the application of policies in the framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provides a clear reason for refusing the development, which can include green belts.
Yeah, but the presumption doesn't appear in Roman 1. The presumption, the tilted balance, it relates to the presumption that planning permission should be granted unless
Yes.
there is harm to the greenbelt.
Well, unless policies in the framework that protect the areas of importance,
Yeah,
i.e. green belt,
that's right.
apply.
Yeah,
Yeah, it might be just the wording, but yeah.
about the greenbelt here.
Yes, yeah.
It's the only asset of importance.
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you said in your report to committee at 1.4, you have that CD 3.1.
Yes.
That paragraph 11D means that the tilted balance does not apply. That was not correct. The tilted balance does apply unless the harm to the greenbelt provides a clear reason for refusal. So you still have to go through a tilted balance exercise, do you not?
Well, but the site is within the greenbelt, so that wouldn't apply. I appreciate what the policy says. So you're correct in terms of, perhaps I should have worded that slightly differently, that it would apply unless the policies, i.e. being greenbelt, demonstrate that it shouldn't apply.
That's right. That's the correct way of approaching this, but that's not what you said in your report to committee, did you?
I didn't word it that way, but I did identify that it was greenbelt, which means the tilted balance does not apply. But yeah, you're right, the wording could have been better.
No, the tilted balance only doesn't apply if the harm to the greenbelt, i.e. the asset of particular importance, provides a clear reason for refusal.
But the greenbelt policy would provide that clear reason.
I understand that it's your position, your case.
Yep.
There is harm to the greenbelt in such a way that it provides a clear reason for refusal. But it is quite important, isn't it, Mr. Humphreys, to understand what the approach is set out in paragraph 11. And it is not that simply because the appeal site is in the greenbelt automatically means that the tilted balance doesn't apply, does it?
I would disagree with that. But
Well, so is your position simply because the land is in the greenbelt, there can be no circumstances in which the tilted balance applies?
well, then you apply the very special circumstances. So
No. I'm not talking about very special circumstances, Mr. Humphreys. I'm talking about a pretty basic approach and understanding of the NPPF and paragraph 11. I think we've agreed that before you get to Roman 1, the NPPF introduces a tilted balance. That is the presumption in favour of the grant of planning permission, yes, which is then disapplied if one applies, and one only applies if there is harm to the greenbelt in this case, which provides a clear reason for refusal.
I mean, footnote 7 says it doesn't specify the harm. It just says if it's land designated as greenbelt.
Well, what footnote 7 does, it identifies those assets of particular importance.
Yes. Yeah. So greenbelt being one of those assets.
All right, Mr. Humphreys. I mean, I just want to be clear. I mean, if your position that because this is in greenbelt, whether or not there is harm, the tilted balance does not apply.
That is my understanding. On it
All
being
right.
that yeah, I appreciate that. You may take a different view, and I appreciate that.
That's fine. That's what I wanted to try and understand from you.
Yep.
If that's your understanding, I'm going to say in submission you're wrong.
Okay.
But that's clear. I'm not going to try and persuade you otherwise. All right. Now, can we please look at the policies which you rely on as being the most important, and if we turn to the same document, i.e. the report to committee CD 3.1, you turn to the back of that document, I think it's the very last page, pages aren't numbered.
Yep.
There were two reasons for refusal that were given. I think we can put aside, can't we, largely reason number 2. I mean,
yes.
To the extent that there is a dispute still ongoing, it's a minor dispute. It certainly doesn't now provide a reason for refusal, does it?
If that can be overcome, no.
Yeah. I mean, the contributions that you were concerned about towards healthcare, education, etc., they are all being provided.
Yes, yeah. I think that the council, the Basildon Council, is satisfied from that perspective.
Yeah. All right. So we're left with reason for refusal number 1. And do you see that in the last sentence, you said that the proposed development is contrary to paragraphs 147, 148 and 149G of the NPPF? We'll come to those in due course.
Yes.
And saved policy BAS BE 12.
Yes.
you did not identify GB1 as a policy basis in the development plan for the refusal of this application, did you?
I did not, and that was an error on my part.
Given it is the central plank of the council's case, it seems a pretty fundamental error, Mr. Humphreys.
I do appreciate that, but it nevertheless is covered by the NPPF policies on Greenbelt, because it's still right. The national policy is that it's Greenbelt. So.
Okay. Of course, the NPPF does not form part of the development plan, does it?
It does not.
Now, apologies, I may not have identified this document, but do you have to hand policy GB1? I am looking at it, please, in document CD 4.5. I appreciate it is elsewhere, but we have the supporting text to the policy in CD 4.5.
I have a hard copy as well. Yep.
Even better. Tell me when you're there.
Oh, yes, I'm there, Mr. Littleton.
Okay, good. All right. Now, my understanding, and tell me if you agree, please, is that the green belt around Billericay was set in 1989.
I don't believe that's fully correct. I think it was designated in 1957, and then it was
around
extended.
Billericay. Sorry,
around Billericay. I believe it was extended up to Billericay in the 57. I'd have to double check, but that's my understanding. I do appreciate it was extended subsequently up to the coast to cover Rochford.
And the reason I put that to you is because I take it from paragraph 3.3 in CD 4.5. Do you see where it says the greenbelt boundaries around Billericay have been established in the Billericay local plan 1989?
I do see that, yes.
Yeah. And so the review that was undertaken for the subsequent local plan, the 1989 local plan, paragraph 3.3 tells us, concentrated upon the boundaries around Wickford and the new town, and that would be Basildon itself, yes?
Yes.
And if we look at paragraph 3.11 of the document, we get some more, I think, background to the setting of, or the definition of the a green belt. And it tells us that the green belt boundaries originally established in the ARDP 1976 and the approved structure plan 1982. And then, as I've already alluded to, the Billericay local plan 1989 around Billericay itself.
Yes.
Yeah. And you see the next sentence down, policy BAS GB1 sets out the broad basis on which the boundaries in this plan have been drawn.
Yes.
It refers to what was then PBG2 and the timescales for the setting of greenbelt boundaries. And the advice at the time was that they should not need to be altered at the end of the plan period, but nothing indicates how much longer that timescale should be. So clearly they were set with a view to being maintained to at least the end of the plan period.
Yes. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
And then there's a reference to the county structure plan and policy S7, which says it redefined the long-term aspects somewhat in introducing the phrase foreseen long-term expansion. And at 3.12, some flesh, I think, is put on that, i.e., it was in the context of the structure plan having a requirement for housing in Basildon of 10,750 net dwellings, whereas the plan itself, the local plan, was making provision for more than that, about 2,000 more than that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So that was the basis upon which policy GB1 was adopted back in 1998. That's correct.
Yes. Yes, I would agree. Yes.
And the plan period was, I think, up to 2001, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. So when we read the words of the policy itself, the boundaries of the Greenbelt are drawn with reference to the foreseen long-term expansion of the built-up areas. We are actually talking about an expansion up to 2001, correct?
I believe that was the intended date, yes.
When the housing requirement was some 10,700 odd units up to 2001, correct?
I believe so, although I did see something, it said it might extend it up to 2011, but I can see.
Well, I'll come back to that.
Okay.
But the plan period was 2001, seeking to accommodate about 10,700 units net, but actually some over provision of up to 12,800 or thereabouts. You're quite right that there is a reference to an extension to 2011. And if you've got the Greenbelt topic paper, which is CD 6.13, and you turn to page 26, I suspect that's the reference you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's just look at that. Page 26 in policy in document CD 6.13. This was an explanation of how the Greenbelt boundaries have been set and reviewed. Greenbelt boundaries have not been reviewed in Basildon Borough since the early 1990s, as reflected in the 1998 local plan. The Greenbelt boundaries put in place at that time were based on a consideration of needs up to 2001. I think that's what we just agreed, with areas of special reserve only identified in order to meet need up to 2011. Correct?
Yes.
Needs beyond 2011 did not form part of the consideration of the Greenbelt reviews at that time.
Correct.
So can we agree that when these Greenbelt boundaries were set, it didn't look beyond 2011 at the latest, did it?
No.
And it's fair, isn't it, to for you to agree that particularly the housing needs, but also the economic needs, the requirement for employment land, that the council is now looking to deliver are significantly greater than the needs that were being looked at up to 2001 or even 2011, aren't they?
They are. I do recognise, the council is under or failing to deliver its housing requirement.
The housing requirement to 2036 is in the order now of about 19,000, isn't it?
I believe that's correct. Yeah, on the current the current housing allocation. Yeah.
Yeah. The objectively assessed need, etc. And so the reliance that you place on GB1 is on a policy that was adopted in relation to Billericay back in 1989, correct?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it defined the extent of Billericay at that time. There was a large housing estate on the northwest side of the town that was developed from that point onwards.
Yeah. Those greenbelt policies did not look beyond, at the very latest, 2011, and the needs for expansion beyond 2011 at the latest.
Not in terms of greenbelt release. They did not. No.
And I mean, it is a matter of fact, isn't it? You're not going to disagree with this, that policy GB1 is plainly acting as a significant constraint on the council's ability to deliver housing.
I would acknowledge it's a constraint to the release, of greenbelt to meet that housing requirement.
And given that there is an imperative in the NPPF on boosting the supply of housing, there is clearly a tension, shall we put it neutrally, a tension between a greenbelt policy, which is as old as this and does not look beyond 2011, and the effect that it is having on the council's ability to significantly boost the supply of housing.
It's a constraint if housing is to be provided within the greenbelt. There has been a push towards, and you'll see that with I think one of your submissions, the Basildon Town Centre scheme for 2,800 homes. There's certainly been a push towards a greater intensity of housing within town centres, and I think we recognise on the housing target that the town centres alone would not be able to provide or meet the housing requirement that's been set to us, and there may well be a need to release some greenbelt land to meet that future requirement. But the council has decided that it wishes to review all its greenbelt because of the amount that was proposed to be released under the emerging local plan, and with a further review to see whether as much needs, or if any, needs to be released. But it needs to be subject to that review.
Yeah, I understand the reasons why the council withdrew its local plan. I mean, but let's just put some figures on this. I mean, it is correct that in order to meet the identified housing needs in the emerging local plan, some 8,612 houses would need to be built on greenbelt. It's correct, isn't it?
Depending on the amount of housing that's provided in the town centres, as I said, there's been certainly a significant uplift. So it may not be as high as that, but I do appreciate. My colleague.
I'm going to disagree. Sorry.
No. All I was going to say is my colleague Robert Davey is going to cover more in depth the housing supply side and the numbers. So I don't want to prejudice what he may say. In that respect.
I don't think he touches on this in his brief evidence. He looks at 5-year housing land supply. Yes. I am concerned, and you are concerned in your evidence, as to the weight that should be applied to policy GB1. And from our perspective, what I'm putting to you is that little weight could be attached to GB1, in part because of its age, in part because it didn't look beyond 2011, and in part now what we're exploring is the constraint that it has on the council's ability to deliver housing.
And that's why we need to review it again. I do acknowledge it is a constraint on our future housing requirements.
Would you care to turn up the emerging local plan, which is CD 5.12?
Yes.
And if you we turn to page 24 of that document.
Yes, is that policy SD1 you're looking at?
Yeah, that's the strategic policy, which looks at delivering the requisite number of homes. And we can see from paragraph 3, the council will optimise the use of previously developed land in the urban areas, such as the Eastgate Centre, where it is suitable for development purposes. Suitable greenfield land will also need to be developed in urban areas where the necessary services and infrastructure are available. So this will deliver, that's a combination of previously developed plus greenfield, but not green belt, yes? We can see the figure there, 9,179 homes plus 2.5 hectares of employment land. But then do you see paragraph 4? In order to accommodate the remainder of the growth, the greenbelt has been reviewed to make provision for around 8,612 new homes plus 28.5 hectares of employment land. So the figure I put to you, which is that even with the council's best intentions to develop previously developed land and greenfield land, there is still going to be a very substantial requirement for greenbelt land to be released or built on if the council is going to meet its housing targets.
I would agree that to meet that housing target, some greenbelt land would need to be released. That's not to say that, I mean, this site may well be one of those to be looked at, but there may well be other sites that perhaps maybe could be argued to be more sustainable in that they perhaps comprise previously developed land or other factors that may weigh in their favour. But that's why it needs to be reviewed. But I do appreciate the position we're in.
Well, let's just look at that, shall we? I mean, the emerging local plan, did it start in 2014? Is that when the work on this started?
I believe so.
Yeah. So the council has known that greenbelt land would need to be released to meet its housing requirements for at least 8 years.
Yes.
It has looked at where those houses might go and which parts of the greenbelt might be released for many years, has it not? It's been through several reviews.
There have been, several studies and reviews looking at which areas should come out or potentially could come out. And but those, sorry, Mr. What I was going to say is, but those hadn't, because of the withdrawal of the local plan, none of those draft allocations got before an inspector and an examination in public to be formally considered. So he may well have agreed that certain areas come out, but he may have disputed some others. So I don't know whether that would have applied to this site or not.
No, I understand that, Mr. Humphreys. We can't second guess what the inspector would have done, but what we can be pretty sure about is that the council, having been through exhaustive review of the greenbelt, ended up in the position whereby the council was satisfied that this site should be released from the greenbelt and allocated for housing development. Yes?
It was provided a draft allocation in the emerging local plan, yes.
And that was the product of not just one review, but several reviews, which were ultimately underpinned by the topic paper. Correct?
Yeah, and the topic paper did seek to justify or explain why those areas should come out of the greenbelt.
Yeah. I'm going to come back and look at that topic paper in a bit more detail, but whilst we're in the emerging local plan, which I know you'd like to just pretend never existed.
Well, I mean, you'll
But-
see in my evidence. Yeah, I've afforded it no weight just because it got withdrawn. That's all.
Yeah.
But I've got a copy. So yeah.
Well, again, I'm going to make some submissions about this in due course. It seems to me,
Sure.
I have to say, a little bit peculiar that you, on the one hand, accept that all the evidence base is material, but the culmination of all that evidence base and the policies that flow from that evidence base, you'd like to just ignore. But as I say, I'll make some submissions about that. Humour me for the moment, please, and just look at that emerging local plan
Yes.
in a bit more detail, please. Now, we've looked at page 24 and what the need for greenbelt release is in terms of actual housing numbers. Can we look at page 25, please? This is in the context of policy SD2 and the evidence base, in paragraph 6.32, which refers to a settlement hierarchy review. And do you see that 4 lines down, the sentence begins, Basildon consequently has the largest population, and that is regarded, is it not, as the primary settlement, the main settlement, main town, whatever you want to.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And then do you see the next sentence? Next in the hierarchy are the settlements of Billericay, including Great Bursted and South Green. And
Yes.
the appeal site forms part of that, does it not?
It does. Yes.
And Wickford, which we're not concerned with. Yeah. And it says that these settlements have smaller populations and smaller employment areas, but have access to a full range of services and transport choices. And then it says below that sort of second tier level of settlements, Billericay and Wickford, come some other smaller settlements.
Yes.
Yeah. So we can agree that in terms of settlement hierarchy, Billericay sits immediately below Basildon itself.
Yes, alongside Wickford. Yes.
Good. And then if you just turn, please, to page 28, reflecting the importance of Billericay within the district as a second-tier settlement, we can see a table, can't we, at the bottom of page 28, which identifies just how many dwellings should be allocated to these respective areas. Basildon gets 8,747 dwellings, Billericay just over 3,000.
Yes, I believe it was a proportional way they sought to allocate them across the settlements. Yeah.
And we can see at the bottom of the table on page 29, that came to some 17,791.
Yes.
I don't think we need to look at it, but of course, the allocation or the identification of enough land for 17,791, when actually the need, the identified need is circa 19,500, was one of the reasons why the examiner asked questions of the councils, question 1 or question 2, which was, well, if you've got an identified need of 19,500, why are you only allocating land for 17,791, wasn't it?
As I understand it, yes.
All right. And then we can see, can't we, how the policy was then formulated for the appeal site. That's at page 133.
Yes.
So we have the supporting text, don't we, at paragraph 11.160 onwards.
Yes.
And what it says in brief is that it's adjacent to the South Green neighbourhood of Billericay, and is a sustainable location for the delivery of around 200 homes and associated open space. Yes?
It does. Yes, it does. Say that.
That's exactly what this appeal proposal is intending to provide, is it not?
It is. Yes.
All right, and it goes on. The site is contained by the existing urban area and the road network, represents a logical extension to the existing urban area, which will align with the southernmost extent of allocation H17 to the west. There will be landscape impacts arising from the development, etc. Refers to the existing hedgerow and veteran trees, which can be retained, and on the western boundary to reduce its visual impact. And then it deals with a number of other issues. It refers to the fact that it's not a highly ecologically sensitive site, paragraph 11.162, a requirement for some sort of archaeological assessment. It will require community infrastructure. It tells us 11.165 that it is already well served in terms of utilities and recycling, water recycling facilities. And then 11.166, how access will be taken from Kennel Lane. And the appeal application accords with all of that, doesn't it?
It does.
And so the policy itself, the emerging policy itself at the bottom of page 133 tells us that the 8 hectares of land which comprises the appeal site is identified on the policies map with the notation H18, will be developed to provide around 200 high quality homes at a density of 35 dwellings per hectare, and then all those other matters. And again, so not only does the appeal application accord with the supporting text to policy H18, it also accords with the emerging policy itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, I have to concede that the application is based on the draft allocation.
I mean, let's put it bluntly. I mean, if this plan had actually made it through and been adopted, this appeal development would be entirely in accordance with the development plan, wouldn't it?
I mean, I'd have to assess whether all the sufficient buffers have been provided, but it would appear to be broadly in accordance with the
When you say broadly in accordance, what aspects of the policy would you say that the present appeal proposal would not have been in accordance with?
Well, in terms of the application came in as an outline, and I think when you read it, I think bear with me a moment, I think we were seeking sort of detailed, looking for the sort of the detailed design to ensure that we could assess the impact. Bear with me a moment, let me just double check what it says here. So I think the concern we had when this was at the pre-application stage is that we were hoping. Well, I think we've lost the inspector for a second.
Just pause for a moment.
Yep.
Sorry, madam, you're on mute.
Apologies, I was just opening my window because the sun has come out and it was getting a bit hot, so apologies for that.
Don't worry, madam, we paused whilst you were off screen, so you haven't missed anything.
No, you're fine.
I was asking Mr. Humphreys, madam, well, I was putting it to him that if policy H18 had been adopted as part of the local plan, that the appeal application would have been entirely in accordance with that policy. And Mr. Humphreys was saying he would need to read that to see whether that's the case.
I was just wanting
to there had been some pre-app discussions, and I'm just curious to know what, if any, substantial concerns which would have actually prevented planning permission being granted would have been raised.
Yeah, I mean, apologies for that. I think at the time we were looking, reading, I think it was one of the previous documents. It was suggesting sort of details of the design would need to be considered to ensure that the site could be, you know, appropriately developed. I suppose that originally we were thinking more of a full application, so we could assess fully the effects of a specific design on the site to make sure it did fully accord with the plan. But I do appreciate it's coming as an outline form, and the additional details the applicant provided: parameters plan, building heights plan,
Yes,
etc.
and there's nothing in the policy, the emerging policy, that required a detailed application to be submitted. And indeed, if you were concerned about the detail of this, that could have been one of the putative reasons for refusal, but it's not.
No, it's not. No, you're correct, and I do appreciate the appellants did seek to address some of the additional concerns raised in terms of the heights and the additional landscaping. I'm not sure I got the full response from our landscaping colleagues on whether they felt it was sufficient to address their initial concerns about the buffer that advocates to the south and west of the site. But that's all what I needed to review. But otherwise, yeah, in principle, it would appear to broadly accord with the plan.
It does broadly accord, Mr. Humphreys, and I mean, quite frankly, the design officer had no objection to the application, did he?
There were comments, I think, in the report, the committee report. Bear with me a moment. Let me just find that.
PD 3.1.
Yeah, 3.1, and I mean the consultation responses, that is a précis of the full response. I mean, you've got copies of the full responses in the.
That's right. And so my point's a pretty simple one. I mean, you're fully aware, because you've prepared this report.
Yes.
You've seen all the consultation responses. If you, as the officer, had been concerned that this application, albeit in outline, raised such concerns about design that it would have been refused had the council been able to do that, it would be a reason for refusal. It'd be a putative reason for refusal. It's not.
I accept we would have, if we had a specific design concern in that respect, we would have added that to coincide with BE12, which sort of follows on from that, but which covers character separately. But yeah.
So can we actually agree, please, that if this policy had been adopted, there would have been no basis upon which the council would have refused it?
If the policy had been adopted, subject to conditions, possibly not.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move on a bit then, please. Now, I appreciate that Mr. Davey is going to talk about 5-year housing land supply, but obviously the contribution this site makes to that 5-year housing land supply, etc., is a material consideration which you put into the planning balance, etc. You've given it substantial weight. And there's no disagreement. We know that there is a range. There is a range of what that 5-year housing land supply is. We have assessed it at being 1.76 years, and in the second common ground, the addendum second common ground, that is put by the council at 2.3 years. Yes?
I think it's 2.3 or 2.33, but yeah, roughly that.
I think you revise it down to 2.3 years in the addendum.
Is that in the addendum?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The Eastgate Centre appeal decision has post-dated even the addendum, hasn't it?
Yes, so that's
you'll be familiar with that decision letter, I assume.
I'm familiar with the decision. Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, if you turn it up, I think it was given ID document ID 4.
Yep, I've just opened it on my system.
Good. Date 23rd of September. And I mean, 5-year housing land supply was an issue at that inquiry. It was dealt with at paragraph 71 of the decision letter, which is page 13 of that document.
Yes.
And you'll see from the very last sentence of that paragraph that an assumption was being made that Market Square is fully completed by March 2027. But even on that assumption, the 5-year supply would be around 2,470 dwellings, or as the inspector says, close to 2 years. So that would suggest that the inspector found, as a matter of on the evidence before him, that it was even less than the council's 2.3 years, wasn't it? I'm sure one could do the math.
If based on from 2077, yes, it would be.
Yeah. And that's, and again, I don't think we need to spend much time on it, but everyone accepts that very low supply of housing land is severe, is it not? It's a severe shortfall.
It's a significant shortfall. I would agree.
Yeah, I think it's agreed in the addendum. It's a severe shortfall, isn't it?
Whereabouts is that? Sorry, I don't know.
Let me just turn it up. Hang on.
I don't want to contradict what I don't want to contradict what my colleagues would say on that point, but I do acknowledge we are not meeting the 5-year land supply.
So the figure of the 2.3 years you'll find at paragraph 1.26.
1.26 of which document is that? The ID for?
That's the addendum.
What have you got a reference for that one?
Yes, CD 7.26.
7.26. Thank you. Oh yes.
I'm just trying to find the reference to severe.
Okay.
Maybe I can help there. The last
Yes,
paragraph, 1.28.
1.28.
Sorry, I missed that, madam. Yeah, yes, 1.28.
Paragraph 1.28.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, 1.28 on page 10 of the same document, the addendum. The parties are unanimous that there is a severe shortfall which would persist, even
I
in
agree.
the event the appeal is allowed.
I acknowledge that, and that has been signed by my manager. Yeah.
Okay, good. And I mean, the severity of that shortfall, of course, is a material consideration, is it not?
It is.
As is the prospect of how that shortfall might be remedied. That's also a material consideration, is it not?
It is. It is. I mean, could I caveat that? And
yeah.
I mean, as you recall, the introduction. You'll be aware. Yes, the council withdrew its local plan in March. It's now working towards producing a new local plan, and the LDS local development scheme, as you'll recall, was presented to members last week, where it was approved and is going before council, I believe, in November. So there is progress being made. That's all I'm trying to advise, as you'll be aware. But
progress has been made in taking forward the LDS. Yeah, I'm not aware of any progress being made on the plan itself.
That will inform the plan, but no.
No. I mean, there has, for example, not even been a call for sites, has there?
I'd have to speak to my policy colleagues. So I'm not aware of a further call yet.
And the LDS that you refer to, that can be found, it's actually, I think, attached to Mrs. Mulliner's rebuttal, proof of evidence, the appendices to that rebuttal. It's Appendix 2, isn't it? You have that?
I'm just trying to find it. Bear with me a moment. Is that 7.25? Sorry.
It may be. I've got a hard copy.
Oh no, sorry. That was sorry. 7.24 is the planning rebuttal.
Rebuttal proof is, sorry. 7.24. Yeah, 7.24.
Yes.
CD document.
Yes.
And if you turn up Appendix 2, that's where you find the LDS, which, as you say, has now been approved by committee, I think, subject to full council approval on the 17th of November.
As I understand it, yes.
And when we look at the timetable for the local plan, that starts on page 5, doesn't it?
Whereabouts? Oh, on the LDS, sorry. Sorry.
So if you're in Appendix 2 of Mrs. Mulliner's rebuttal proof of evidence, the appendices to that, and the document is then page 5 of the document itself, headed timetable for the local plan.
Okay, bear with me a moment. Apologies, I'm just trying to find that. I don't have a page number, I don't think, on mine.
Well, you have to turn to the appendices attached of Mrs. Mulliner's rebuttal proof of evidence.
Yes.
And it's Appendix 2.
Might be page, is it 14? Or?
Page 5 of the document. So page 5 of the
LDS.
Okay. Itself.
Okay. Is that after the options? I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to find it on my. Was that before that, isn't it? Apologies. Well, we've got the timetable. Yes, it's a Basden Borough
local plan
development scheme 2022 to 2027.
Have you got? I've got the right page first of all, Mr.
I'm not sure I do. I'm just looking at.
Have you got Mrs. Mulliner's appendices to her rebuttal proof of evidence?
I'm looking at it on the system. I've got a hard copy, but I'm not sure I've got a full appendices. Let me find the hard copy. Bear with me a moment.
Just while Mr. Humphreys is finding his place, Mr. Litton, in terms of where you are in the, just thinking about the programme, do you want to continue on?
I think if we continue to say 1 o'clock, madam, and then break for lunch, would that be sensible?
Yeah. Would you be finished by that time, or no. Would it be right? That's fine. We'll do that, and so we'll break at 1. Thank you.
Okay, right. Apologies. Right, I'm just looking through. So I've got Mulliner's proof. Sorry, not proof. Rebuttal. Housing land supply rebuttal.
Appendix 2 is the LDS, is it not?
It is.
Yeah.
And I think okay, so Appendix 2, and then how many pages after that? I don't seem to have numbers on.
I'm working on bottom right-hand corner. There's page numbers, aren't there?
It doesn't seem to be on my one. Let me just bear with me a moment.
Section 3 then, timetable for the local plan.
Okay, bear with me. Apologies. I've got a there's a table in green. Is that the correct one that you're looking at? I don't seem to have. I don't want to confuse which one we're looking at because I don't seem to have the right section. Sorry. Probably, this is in the. Oh, bear with me, man. I'm looking at the. Hang on. Let me start again.
It's possible that my appendices have been misordered. And I just check. I'm going to just go on mute just to see.
That's fine. Otherwise, I'll start again if you provide the reference, and I'll start from looking at the Dropbox. Which ones we're looking at.
So it's possible that in the electronic version, it's at Appendix 4, Mr. Humphreys. My hard copy, it's Appendix 2.
Okay, let me bring that back up again. Oh yes, Appendix 4, Local Development Scheme, 2022 to 20. Right. Yes, that's the one. Yes, and as the inspector held up, I can see that colour copy. Okay, yes, that's fine.
All right, we're in the same place. Good.
We are.
After all that, it's going to be a very simple point. You turn over the page, there is a table 3, which sets out the estimated timescale for the adoption of a new local plan. And we can agree, can't we, at the earliest, it's going to be Q4 2027.
That's what the document says, yes.
And I mean, if one looks at the risk management, there are quite a number of risks, aren't there, associated with this particular process.
There are.
Which may well push that date out further still, given that Basildon does not have a particularly good track record in adopting a new local plan, does it?
I'm not sure how I can respond to that. I mean, you know where we are in terms of.
Well, it is relying on policies in a 1998 adopted local plan, some of which were saved by saving direction in 2007. And the 2004 Act contemplated that all local authorities would actually have new plans by September 2007. And we are now 15 years after that.
I think it's fair to say we were hoping to have an adopted local plan by now, yes.
Yeah, its track record in terms of adopting a new local plan to replace the 1998 plan is not particularly impressive, is it?
It's not very good, I agree.
Yeah. Not very good will do, thank you. And can I just ask you, please, to, again, because this is important to the balance and to the very special circumstances which you address, do you have to hand the Housing Delivery Action Plan, which is CD 6.3?
Bear with me, let me just bring this up. Draft housing delivery test action plan.
Yes, this I think is the latest document, isn't it? There isn't a more recent one, is there?
I'm not aware of a more recent one.
No. And if you, in that document, I'm afraid, yes, I don't know why the page numbers are omitted. It would be page 6. I think only the
We've got paragraph numbers if you want to refer to.
It's section 3,
Oh, yes.
which are the key actions. This is in the context, of course, of the council having failed to deliver, I think I said earlier, more than about 45% of its requirement over the last 3 years.
I have the documents.
Indeed, we might just record, mightn't we, at page 5 or paragraph 2.14.
Oh, yes, yep.
Between 2017 and 2020, Basildon Borough has not delivered its annual housing target in the last 3 reporting years, which has resulted in the borough achieving only 40% of its expected housing delivery across the 3-year period. The average delivery performance across Essex for the same period was 83%, which is higher than in Basildon. Yes, well, that's an understatement. It is higher than in Basildon.
It is high. We've been given a very high housing target.
Yeah, all right, well, look at the key actions, please.
Yes.
There's a paragraph 3.1, which is reflecting on the past delivery. And it says it's clear that the shortage in supply of deliverable sites is the main barrier to increased and sustained delivery, etc. And then you see at 3.2, paragraph 3.2, it is only through the adoption of a new local plan that additional land can be released from the greenbelt and new sites allocated for housing. And once adopted, these large sites can come forward for development and significantly boost housing delivery. Until that occurs, inappropriate development is by definition harmful to greenbelt, should not be approved except in very special circumstances, for which the under-delivery of new homes does not normally apply, as demonstrated by decisions made at appeals or by the Secretary of State. Well, that last point is just plainly wrong, isn't it? Acute under-delivery and acute housing land supply shortfall can be a very special circumstance that justifies the development in the greenbelt, can it not?
It can be amongst other circumstances. It can form one of the circumstances.
How acute that need is, how quickly that supply, that shortfall is likely to be addressed, would also be relevant to that, wouldn't it?
I would have to acknowledge that.
Yeah. And what we're told by the council, that it's only through the adoption of a new local plan that any of these issues, delivery and or 5-year housing land supply, is going to be addressed, isn't it?
Yes.
And that
well, for the release of greenbelt, yes.
Yeah. Well, we've already established and discussed that some 8,600 homes will have to be put on greenbelt if you're going to get close to your 17,500 target, which is still under 10% less than the assessed need. Yes.
Yes, I do appreciate the under delivery. Yes.
And so the ability for the council to get anywhere close to meeting its housing targets is at least 5 years away, because that is the earliest that a new local plan will be adopted.
That would appear to be the case based on the timetable, yes.
So for the next 5 years, there is, quite frankly, no prospect of the council being able to meet its housing targets, or indeed demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply position, is there?
Not through the release of greenbelt. There will certainly be more town centre schemes coming forward, I envisage.
Well, you envisage, but that's not going to meet the need, is it?
I do accept that that alone will not meet the housing target needs, no.
All right. And indeed, if we look at then paragraph 3.3 of the document, it says, under actions taken to date, Council has already taken a number of steps to help increase the delivery of homes. The most critical step is the council's progress of its emerging local plan. This was obviously written before the local plan was pulled. Yes?
Yes.
So on the latest information, the most critical step to assisting in delivery has now gone.
I can't disagree that the emerging local plan has been withdrawn. So that was the logical step.
Yeah. So the most critical step, the most likely bullet in the gun to solve this issue has been taken out of the chamber.
But the council wishes to review its stance on how much greenbelt and which areas should or need to be released to meet that need.
Right. Okay. Now I'm going to turn to a slightly different topic here, Mr. Humphreys, and I want to see whether you agree, whether in principle, I appreciate that you might say you don't attach so much weight to them such that they are, but whether in principle the following matters are at least capable, either on their own or in combination, as being very special circumstances. Okay? Yeah?
Yes, certainly, go ahead.
First proposition I'm going to put to you is the council's acute need for market housing and affordable housing is capable of being a very special circumstance, which
I would agree.
Could justify development in the greenbelt.
That is one of the weightings, yeah. Yes.
Separately, the council's severe shortfall in its 5-year housing land supply and its housing delivery is also capable of being very special circumstances.
Yes, I would agree.
Yes. The fact that if the council is going to have any chance of meeting its housing needs, it will have to release land from the greenbelt or develop on the greenbelt is also a very special circumstance, is it not? Capable of being a very special circumstance.
It's capable. Yes, I would agree with that. Obviously, it depends on the site and other factors.
Yeah. The fact that the local plan, I don't talk about the emerging local plan because there isn't one anymore. There isn't an emerging local plan. The fact that the council will not be in a position to adopt a new local plan to address the need for housing and allocation of sites is at least 5 years away. That is also capable of being a very special circumstance.
It's I'm just thinking how I can phrase it. Let me so repeat the question again, please, Mr. Ellison, just so I'm clear in my mind. So.
The fact that there is no prospect for at least 5 years of the council adopting a new local plan to address the housing needs of the borough is capable of being a very special circumstance. In other words, the delay that is going to occur before the housing position can be addressed through a local plan is itself a very special circumstance.
I would agree it could form part of a wider, very special circumstance, yes.
Thank you. The economic benefits, both from construction activity and the household spend when those dwellings are occupied, that's also capable of being very special circumstance, is it not?
It is, and I believe we did afford that a moderate weight.
Yeah. Now, I appreciate.
Yeah,
I know
weighting.
there's some disagreement as to the amount of weight. I'm just looking at the principle of whether or not you would agree that they are capable of being very special circumstances.
Yes.
Would you agree that a site which has been assessed by the council through its healer as being suitable, available, and deliverable is also capable of being a very special circumstance?
Well, it depends how much weighting we given to that evidence base.
Capable. It's capable of being a very special circumstance.
It could be capable. I would concede that from the evidence base. The evidence base, we've like I said, I've afforded some limited weight to it in terms of the healer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, it's any part of your evidence that the site is not suitable, available, and deliverable.
No, we agree it meets those criteria.
Yeah, and if the inspector agrees, my proposition is that a site which is suitable, available, and deliverable is capable of being a very special circumstance.
We wouldn't have brought it forward if we didn't think it could have fulfilled those criteria. Yeah. So
I think
amongst other sites that were being considered as part of that draft emerging local plan.
And again, I know that you've discussed this in your evidence in chief and you don't attach very much weight to it, but if you are over providing the amount of public open space, which is of benefit to the wider community as part of, as we are on this appeal application, that is at least capable of being very special circumstances, isn't it?
Certainly over provision beyond what we would otherwise seek to mitigate the effect of the development could be considered a very special circumstance.
Thank you.
I mean, I won't. I mean, you'll recall what I said earlier about the constraints on that particular part of the
absolutely, and that's why I'm talking about the principle. I'm not discussing with you how much weight you should give to it. I heard what your evidence is on that.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I mean, there is no policy requirement in the local plan in relation to biodiversity net gain. I think you've accepted, haven't you, that actually we would give moderate weight to the biodiversity net gain that would be achievable on this site.
Yes, you're correct. We don't have a formal policy in that respect, but I have to have regard to what the NPPF says on that and the biodiversity net gains that nationally we're seeking now. So
yeah, but I mean, even against those informal policies, we are in a sense over providing, aren't we?
Yes.
And the last proposition is this: a site which is accepted to be sustainable, that also is capable of being a very special circumstance.
That is where the location is, but there may well be other more sustainable locations. So that which we may wish to review as part of the future review of the Greenbelt. But yeah,
you're not coming to this inquiry saying that there are more sustainable sites elsewhere, are you?
I haven't. I mean, there may be. I haven't got any the evidence for that other than the urban areas or the town centres, but there may well be other Greenbelt sites that have previously developed land on them, or that could be considered more sustainable. I do appreciate it is a sustainable location. We've accepted that.
But Mr. Humphreys, I mean, as I say, I mean, the council has been through a pretty exhaustive search since 2014 for 4 sites in the Greenbelt that might be released. I mean, you're not suggesting that there is some piece of land that hasn't yet been looked at which might be more sustainable. And all those sites that are sustainable and capable of development were allocated in the emerging local plan.
Yes, they were taken forward. All I'm suggesting is of the 400 acres, about 399 hectares that were put forward for removal of the from Greenbelt in the emerging local plan, that there may be others of those that may be more sustainable than yours because they've got some development on them. That's all I'm suggesting.
Right,
But
but you're not coming to this inquiry identifying what those pieces of land
No.
might be.
I'm not, no.
All right, Madam, I'm going to move to a different topic now, actually. So I don't know whether it might be sensible, rather than starting that and then breaking halfway through that topic, whether we break now and then sort of come back, say at 5 to 2 or 2 o'clock. I mean, on my clock it's 5 to 1 now.
Yes, yeah, I agree. I think the witness could do with a break anyway, and yourself. So I think we'll do that. I'll just find my program, so just bear with me. Yes, and how much longer do you anticipate that you have, Mr. Litton?
I'm just looking at the programme, Madam, and I think I was due to finish by 2 o'clock, wasn't I?
Yeah.
I would say I have got less than an hour.
Right. Okay. So we're probably still on. It looks though as if we're still on. Maybe no. We'll come back at 2. So we're a little bit behind, aren't we? But we can catch up. We've got time, so I'm not concerned about that. We've got time towards the end of the day anyway to get through it, so that's fine. So what we'll do is we will adjourn now, and we'll come back just for 1 o'clock. If we say for 2 o'clock, to continue on with the cross-examination. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you, Madam.
Yes, and I can hear you too. So thank you. Just before we resume with Mr. Litton and Mr. Humphreys on Mr. Humphreys' evidence, just a quick point on housekeeping, just in case I omit to ask the question at the end. Can you maybe just give me an update of where we are with the revised schedule of conditions?
Yeah, I understand we're nearly there. I did speak to a colleague who was involved with that this morning. So we should have a copy with you by this evening, I think.
Yeah, because I'm conscious that we've got the session tomorrow afternoon.
Yes.
So it would be helpful to have that as soon as preferably by the end of today, if I can have it, so I can have a look at it tonight. Otherwise, I'll have an opportunity at lunchtime, but I'd prefer to be able to have a look at it before then, if it's ready.
Certainly, yeah, I understand.
It has been sent. I understand this morning it has been sent, the latest draft.
Right. Okay.
So you should be coming to you through the system.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is there a delay? Are people sensing a delay from their end? Because I've got a little bit of a delay going on.
No, I don't think so. I can hear you clearly enough, Madam.
Okay.
I can hear you. Sometimes I get a very slight delay.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing to. Right. Apologies if there is anything. It might just be. It will probably correct itself. It's fine. It's not off-putting. It was just I wanted to check. So so it's just gone past 2 o'clock. So I'll ask Mr. Litton and Mr. Humphreys if they can continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Mr. Humphreys, I said I was going to move to a new topic, and of course, the danger of a lunch adjournment is I think of a question that I should have asked in the first session. It's a quick one. Affordable housing. Over provision of affordable housing would itself be capable of being a very special circumstance, wouldn't it?
In principle, I would agree.
Yeah. And in relation to this particular appeal proposal, we are proposing 36% affordable housing, correct?
You are.
Whereas the adopted plan policy position is that affordable housing will be negotiated and will consist of between 15 and 30%. That's policy BAS S5, isn't it? That's
S5. Yeah, I believe based on the SMAR, we look at 31% currently.
Oh yeah, but listen to the question. Yeah. The development plan policy, and the only development plan we have is the 1998 development plan. That policy, BAS S5, only says that the scale and form of provision in terms of affordable housing will be subject to negotiation and may consist of between 15 and 30% of the total number of units.
It does say that.
So that's the development plan policy position. The 31% affordable housing requirement that you refer to was policy H26 of the emerging local plan, which you say no weight should be attached to because it was withdrawn.
Indeed, but I think the SMAR reflects that, so we're using that as the most up-to-date.
Okay, but it's not a policy position.
It's not the adopted policy. I take it.
Well, it's not even emerging policy. It's a SMAR position.
Yeah, I mean that's how we've accepted. That's what our policy requirement is.
Yeah, but it's not a policy requirement, Mr. Humphreys. It's not a policy that's been through any sort of examination. The only policy is your BAS S5. Maybe an unofficial policy adopted by the council, but it doesn't have any statutory basis, does it?
Well, in that sense, no.
No. And so actually the over provision in relation to this case is not 31 to 36%, it's 30%, because that's the maximum that could have been required by negotiation under the adopted planning policy position, and the 36 is being offered in this case.
Yes, so that would amount to an extra up to 2.
Yeah.
Dwellings, yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, now I am going to turn to a different topic, please, and that is openness and purposes of the greenbelt. Now, it is an agreed position in terms of openness that the openness of the greenbelt within the appeal site will be harmed. But what I want to understand from you is, are you putting forward that the openness of the greenbelt outside of the appeal site is harmed?
I believe our principle was that it's primarily the appeal site itself. I think we agreed in the common ground.
Well, I know, but the difficulty is when one reads the your proof of evidence, see, for example, paragraph 4.16, and you specifically referred to this in your evidence in chief.
Yep.
There's a degree of confusion because you say
I have said both
buildings, and their close arrangement creates a solid appearance, yep, which would substantially reduce the openness of the area, both from inside and outside of the site.
I have said that, and the reason being is because it would take a number of years before the proposed additional enclosure with tree screening would mitigate or minimize the further perception of loss of openness to the wider landscape whilst that takes effect.
Right. So is it your position then, contrary to the statement of common ground, see paragraph 2.7, that actually there is an impact on the openness of the greenbelt outside of the appeal site itself?
Hang on, sorry, which para was that? Paragraph
2.7
of the statement of common ground.
Common ground. See the second bullet point, the appeal scheme does not affect the openness of the greenbelt outside of the appeal site boundary. So are you disagreeing with the statement of common ground?
I'm just double checking the paragraph. Sorry, I'm looking at.
Yeah. So CD 7.10, page 5, paragraph number in the table is 2.7, and it's the second entry in that.
Okay, bear with me a moment. Let me just. Oh, this is the landscape and visual. Sorry, I'm looking at the
yeah.
planning.
CD 7.10.
Okay, right. Apologies. I could ask you to repeat the paragraph one more time, and I've got the right document.
Page 5.
Yes.
Paragraph 2.7. 2.7.
Yes.
Second entry. The appeal scheme does not affect the openness of the greenbelt outside of the appeal site boundary. Are you disagreeing with that?
No, you're right. I'll have to concede that's the position we've taken. So no, I don't.
But see, I'm concerned about this. That is the position we have taken. This is not, your evidence is not a collective here.
No, okay, I apologize.
This is your professional evidence.
It's my position, looking at the site and recognizing there is a degree of containment, and so I've accepted that the appeal scheme does not affect the openness of the greenbelt beyond the appeal site boundary.
Right.
Yeah,
so
I recognise that
in terms of proof of evidence, you suggest that actually there's an impact on openness of the greenbelt outside of the appeal site. You would accept you're wrong.
I would accept. Yes, in that sense, yes.
All right, thank you. Now, what I wanted to do was look at the purposes of the Greenbelt, which you offered an explanation for, justification for, in your evidence in chief, but it wasn't found in your proof of evidence until you gave your oral evidence in chief, was it?
In what sense? What was I missing?
We had probably half an hour of you explaining your paragraph 4.16 onwards and why you came to those conclusions, which you gave orally in evidence, which quite frankly should have been in your proof of evidence, but it wasn't, was it? Why not?
Why not?
I mean, if these were important points in your evidence to justify your position, why didn't you put them in the proof of evidence itself, as opposed to advancing them for the first time in your oral evidence in chief?
I'm not sure how I can explain that, other than it was to expand and explain how I came to that position.
Yeah. I mean, it's all very well stating a position, but in order to understand whether that position is a good position or a bad position, it's normally incumbent upon a witness, professional witness, to explain why they get to that position. And that wasn't set out in your proof of evidence. You chose to advance that in your evidence in chief.
Okay, well then that may be a slight oversight on my part, and I apologise.
All right. Now, I do want to ask the question that Mr. Atkinson anticipated, which is, how do you reconcile, Mr. Humphreys, your very considerable reliance on the supporting material for the ELP, the evidence base, with your view that little weight should be given to that evidence base?
Yes, I do appreciate that. I mean, it's the most pertinent evidence base that we've got relating to the site that isn't part of the local plan itself. But because it was intended to form part of the evidence base, and that local plan fell away, that's why I've offered only limited weight to it.
I see.
That's,
Yeah, I'm not sure that
that probably doesn't. I
appreciate
may not answer your question.
that.
Okay. I think, yeah. I mean, the studies, they're all designed to assess the character of the borough and look to see for the future what may change, or what may lead to future changes. And they're all vary, but in respect to the latest one, the topic paper, that was specifically designed to seek to justify how the council would come to the position on the draft allocations in the emerging local plan, and because that fell away, I have afforded that limited weight.
I see. All right. Well, I hear what you say. I'll make submissions about that. But can I ask you please to turn up one of those documents, CD 6.13, which is the Basildon Borough Greenbelt topic paper?
Yes.
Which was the last, wasn't it? The last and the latest in a line of assessments, Greenbelt assessments.
It was.
And essentially was the last word of the council in relation to the justification for taking land out of the green belt and allocating it for development, whether that's housing or indeed employment.
Yes.
Indeed, it's the topic paper that provided or formed the primary evidence base for the allocations, didn't it?
Yes, I would say so in terms of the Greenbelt release. Yeah.
And that document was one which the council was entirely happy with, wasn't it? It agreed with it.
Well, whilst it was pursuing the emerging local plan, I mean, I could only refer to the introduction to the topic paper.
Yeah.
On page 1, which says the purpose of the topic paper is to consider whether the approach to Greenbelt in the preparation of Basildon local plan has been appropriate, and in particular if exceptional circumstances exist to justify the release of land within the existing extent of the Greenbelt for development purposes, and if so, to what extent. But it was designed to inform the decisions taken in the publication of the local plan approved by the council in March 2018. So it was just to seek to justify why those sites were put forward. Yeah, and I think we agree with that. But obviously, subsequently, the council has taken a different view. It doesn't wish to progress these particular Greenbelt release sites, and is looking to review all of those.
Yes, I know, but it hasn't done that. And so the latest position in terms of any assessment of the Greenbelt and whether or not it meets the purpose of the Greenbelt, and whether, even if it does meet the purpose of the Greenbelt, nonetheless there are exceptional circumstances which justify its release, is to be found in this document, isn't it?
It was, like I said, it was intended to be in association with the emerging local plan to justify those allocations.
And as far as the council is concerned at that time, it provided a robust evidence base for the allocations.
At that time, on the basis that the site was to be released, it was just designed to support that release.
You know, if it'd gone through examination, I have no doubt if allocations were being questioned by possibly those who were promoting emission sites or whatever, then the council would have reverted to this document and said, well, the answer is to be found here.
I mean, I would refer also on page 55 to 56, where it identifies H18. I mean, it still refers to the Greenbelt Review Assessment to 2017 and identifies the purposes and states that it contributes to purpose 1, partially to 2, and contributes to purpose 3, and then expands that with further commentary about why they think it then subsequently doesn't. So there's a bit of a conflict there, but that's why. And also you'll see in the mitigation of harm, it does say the design and layout of development will be key to ensuring the harm to the Greenbelt, particularly the openness of the Greenbelt and the protection of the countryside is minimised. And I think that's why we originally were looking for like a full application, so we could specifically assess the detailed design at that stage, notwithstanding the Greenbelt arguments that we're looking at now.
Yeah, well, I hear what you say in relation to that, but I mean, the fact of the matter is that the council thought it appropriate not simply to rely on the 2017 Greenbelt study, but to provide and produce a topic paper, a Greenbelt topic paper, in which it then looked at all of these sites against the relevant purposes of the Greenbelt in order to take decisions about allocating sites and which ones should be taken out of the Greenbelt.
But it was further conflicted with the previous 2017 review, which identified that there was more harm to the Greenbelt.
Yeah, but Mr. Humphreys, it is the latest position of the council. It moved on from 2017, didn't it?
I can't disagree. It's the later document. No.
And I mean, I know that you've chosen now, and again, you're all evidence to disagree with part of the conclusions in relation to H18. Is that a view that's shared by anyone else in the council?
I mean, it's my view. I presume it's probably accepted by by the service more widely.
Well, I mean, have you any evidence of that? That it's not, it's a collective view of the council and not just your view?
Well, only insofar as...
Has this been through a committee to say, actually, we're now resigning or reneging on what was going to be our evidence base for the local plan inquiry, and actually we don't agree with it? Has that been expressed by the council at any point?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you, or what the subsequent status formally is a document, other than it's identified as a formal evidence base for the emerging local plan.
All right. Well, I mean, this document looked to see whether there were exceptional circumstances justifying the release of land in the Greenbelt, and we can see that it was tested in section 5, which begins on page 21, and it looked at a number of tests that come out of the Calverton Parish Council case. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time going through them. But we can note that, can't we, under the heading of housing on page 21, if you turn over the page to page 22,
yes,
that it really reflects the points that I was making to you earlier, that given the assessed housing need, and notwithstanding the desire of the council to look at previously developed land and possibly greenfield land, you see that the last sentence of that paragraph, it remains the case, however, that a proportion of this additional requirement would remain unmet unless Greenbelt was considered even further to determine whether the full extent of this additional housing need could be accommodated sustainably compared to what was planned for in the draft local plan. So actually, what it was saying is that even with the proposed Greenbelt releases, there is a further need which can only be met by yet further Greenbelt releases.
That I can only say what the document says.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I say, then it goes through the various tests. We already looked at page 26. I took you to that paragraph in the middle of the page, which gives us some background to the development horizon, i.e. needs beyond 2011 were not being considered. But I wanted to turn you on, please, to the tables at the back, which you referred to in your evidence in chief, which deals with H18. That begins on page 55.
Yes. Yep.
And you read out some of this. I think you read out in particular the second substantive paragraph.
Yes.
And you, I think, disagreed, didn't you, with the last sentence? Consequently, it will not result in.
Yes. Yeah, I did.
Do you actually disagree with the previous sentence? Consequently, it's not considered that this proposal will give rise to urban sprawl.
I did. I believe I did say I disagreed with that. Yes.
So you disagree with both that sentence and the one relating to neighbouring settlements merging?
Yes. Yeah. Purposes A and B. Yes.
Purposes A and B. Okay. I mean, you didn't say that in your proof of evidence, did you? Your written proof of evidence.
No, I didn't specifically refer to A and B. No, I just referred to C. and said I agree.
Is there anything else in this table relating to site H18 that you disagree with? No, my assumption.
No, it was only those 2 points.
Okay, so thank you. So when we look at the both the mitigation of harm column and the role of remaining greenbelt, can we just look at those? So the mitigation of harm, the design and layout of development will be key to ensuring that harm to the greenbelt, particularly the openness of the greenbelt and the protection of the countryside, is minimised. Furthermore, the use of tree planting along the southern boundary of the development and also within the development site itself, including the use of mature trees, will further help to minimise impacts. And that's exactly what is proposed here. And you agree then that that mitigation is likely to be effective?
I think it came down to, again, this is on the basis that the site is allocated for housing. And
well, no, it's not, Mr. Humphreys. I mean, you've chosen to disagree with part of the assessment here. I've given you the opportunity to say to identify if you disagree with any other part of the assessment. I mean, this is talking about mitigating the impact on the openness of the greenbelt. So you can't just pick and choose what suits you. You don't disagree with this, as I understand it.
I mean, it says that the design and layout will be key to ensuring that harm to the greenbelt, particularly the openness of the greenbelt, is minimised.
Talking about the openness of the greenbelt and how it can be mitigated. You don't disagree with that.
If the scheme of a certain size, and I think you recall the previous what was it, bear with me, the Basel Outline Landscape Appraisals assessment, which only suggested that the northern half of the site.
Yeah, but we moved on from that, Mr. Humphreys. This is the document that underpins the policy H18. The council chose to allocate the whole of the site for 200 dwellings. You're not suggesting we get 200 dwellings on that part of the northern part of the site that was looked at in the landscape appraisal.
No, I'm not, and that suggested you could get about 70 on that particular parcel.
No. So let's not worry too much about what was said in 2017. Let's look at the material that actually underpins the allocation, please.
Yeah, but you're right. It assumed on the basis for 200 homes to achieve that on that site. You wouldn't be able to achieve it purely on the northern section alone. So there would be.
The H18 allocation doesn't make a distinction between the northern and the southern sections, does it?
No, it's the whole site, and it doesn't.
And what it says is the assessment is that openness, any harm to the openness of the greenbelt can be minimised by appropriate planting, which is exactly what is proposed. That, no doubt, is why you agree that in terms of impact on openness, it is confined to the appeal site itself.
So then I suppose it comes down to how the site is laid out on the size and volume of the buildings on that site.
There is no concern about that. There's no putative reason for refusal. Indeed, if we went back to the committee report, we'd actually find that the design is commended, providing a high quality living environment.
Again, I think that's only on the basis that where the site is allocated for housing, that can be achieved.
The design doesn't change whether or not it's in the greenbelt.
No, but it would seek to reflect, the density of houses, but across the whole site if allocated.
Well, as I understand, I gave the opportunity, Ms. Humphreys,
Yep.
to say if you disagreed with any part of the assessment.
You
related
did.
to
You
18,
did.
and you said no. So I'm going to take that at face value, unless you want to change your mind again.
I accept that the impact can be mitigated to agree by an amount of tree planting on the site, but yeah, to achieve the 200 houses on the site, you in terms of the back to the harm A and B identified. I'm not sure whether you can fully mitigate that.
All right, well, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Ms. Humphreys, then can we look at the last column, role of the remaining green belts?
Yeah.
Again, you didn't express any disagreement with this, so let's just see what it actually says. Almost the entire land parcel would be removed from the extent of the green belt. However, in terms of the wider green belt, the development of this area alone would not cause harm to the strategic purpose of the green belt in separating Billericay from Noakbridge and Basildon to the south.
So,
sorry,
I would
this question.
Yes.
You don't disagree with that either.
I don't disagree with that, but it would reduce the separation between it and Noak Hill. So I appreciate, because it's already so much, Great Bursted is already further south than this site, it wouldn't reduce the separation between Basildon and Great Bursted and Noakbridge.
All right. Okay, can we just briefly then look at the document which you prefer to rely on, notwithstanding that the world moved on.
Mm-hmm.
So the Basildon Borough Greenbelt Review 2017, CD 6.9.
Yes.
And in your proof of evidence, paragraph 4.5, do you see, you say, the council's evidence base set out in the Greenbelt Review, so that's CD 6.9, refers to parcel 14B. It identifies that the appeal site makes a strong contribution to two purposes of the Greenbelt and one partial contribution, then you set out on that table.
Yes.
Okay, so it's that word strong. Can we turn to the document which you rely on to reach that conclusion, which is CD 6.9? And can I ask you please to turn to page 30, which explains what the scoring method is. You see that?
I'm just waiting for it to come up on my computer. Page 30, you say?
Page 30, paragraph 5.70.
Bear with me. Apologies, it's a bit slow bringing up the text. Page,
Don't worry.
right, 30. Right, so
Take your time.
yes, I've got page 30. Yes, scoring against the four purposes.
Okay, so what paragraph 5.70 says, once assessed, each greenbelt area was scored based on the extent to which it met that particular purpose. The scoring used a traffic light system of green, amber, and red, and an explanation of what the individual colours mean is detailed in figure 7. And then that surely certainly says greenbelt area contributes to the purpose, amber, the greenbelt area partly contributes to the purpose, and red, the greenbelt area does not contribute to the purpose. And then if you turn to page 32, you'll see a table there of all the different parcels. And
Yes.
at 14B, we can see purpose 1, green C, so it contributes. Purpose 2 partially contributes because it's amber. Purpose 3, it's green, it contributes. And purpose 4, DNC, does not contribute. Yeah?
Yes, I can see that.
And then we also see reflected in the table for parcel 14B, which you've extracted on page 155 and over the page to 156. You see the conclusion in terms of the color coding and also some commentary.
Okay, I'm just putting that up. 155. Yes, yes.
Nowhere in the document do the authors seek to attribute to what extent an individual parcel meets the purposes or contributes to the green belt purposes, other than it contributes, it partially contributes, or it does not contribute, does it? It doesn't apply a grading within each of those levels.
No, no, just some commentary in the middle.
So when you say in your evidence that this document identifies that the appeal site makes a strong contribution, emphasis on the word strong, that actually is not to be found in the document you rely on, is it?
So in terms of my proof, which paragraph have I mentioned?
Paragraph 4.5.
4.5, oh yes. Oh yes, yeah. It identifies that the appeal site makes a strong contribution to two purposes.
It doesn't say it makes a strong contribution, it simply says it makes a contribution.
No, you're correct, yes.
Thank you. And if you're still in the table itself, and you can look at it in your proof of evidence if that's more convenient, or on page 155 of the document itself, do you see in relation to purpose 2 in the commentary that it is said that the parcel also forms part of a strategic gap between Billericay and Noak Hill? Now
Yes.
that reference to a strategic gap, I've been unable to find any policy in the adopted plan which identifies that as a strategic gap.
I couldn't point you to a specific policy on that. No, other than to allude to that it's trying to suggest that it forms part of that wider gap between Billericay and Basildon proper, and that I think there was another study that acknowledged, I can't remember which one it was now, that there'd been a lot of either encroachment or sprawl because of like the Noak Hill and other smaller settlements between Basildon and Billericay. I think
there
there
was
was
policy basis for there being a strategic gap in the adopted plan. Was there identification of a strategic gap in the emerging local plan?
I couldn't tell you that offhand. Like I said, I can only imagine it was the intention was to maintain those gaps between the large built-up areas of primarily Billericay and Basildon, and I think it refers to I think it was in the Greenbelt Review with the methodology of how they reviewed that where development was within 3 kilometres of a large built-up area. So I'll have to, let me just bear with me a second. I'll find you a reference. So 6.9 and page 27, 5.61.
Of what document? Sorry, Mr. Humphries.
Sorry, the Green Belt Review 2017.
Right. Page
27.
Yeah, 5.61, first bullet point.
5.61, that's it. And it says, as part of the 2017 review, the following amendments have also been made. It says 3 kilometres was considered to be appropriate distance through which to assess whether a greenbelt parcel was contributing to preventing neighbouring towns from merging into one another. And that was based on an urban sprawl metrics calculation tool. I sought further clarification on that from my manager, and he advised, after speaking with policy, that was based on a GIS tool that had been put together to measure the degree of urban sprawl on a landscape. But I haven't got any further details of that metric.
Right. So we can agree that there is no policy basis for there being a strategic gap between Billericay and Ned Hill, or as you would say, Basildon.
There's no specific policy on that. No, so it's just referring back to what the objectives of the Greenbelt are.
Yeah. So what you think is, looking back at page 27, is that might maybe a reference to the authors of that document, thinking that a 3 kilometre gap might be appropriate.
Yes.
That's the strength of the evidence base for there being a strategic gap.
I've only got the information that I have, so.
Yeah, well, we can only work with the information we have. Mr. Humphries, you and I both. and that's the extent of the information, is it?
In that sense, other than referring to obviously the objectives of MPPF and the relevant paragraphs of that in relation to Greenbelt.
All right.
Could you come back later? Hey, thank you.
Then there are just some other matters. Paragraph 4.16 of your proof of evidence. This is where we looked at, and you conceded that insofar as impact on openness outside of the appeal site, that's not an issue. I was slightly curious to understand what the point you were making here about the proportion of the land being developed and the volume of massing being a result of the high number of dwellings proposed. So are you actually seeking to level some criticism of the appeal proposals on that basis?
Only insofar as it relates to Green Belt. If in terms of I haven't criticised, obviously it's an outline scheme, so I haven't got the specifics of the design, but the illustrative layout obviously identified how, and I've got no criticism of how they sought to achieve the amount of housing on the site. It almost is a logical way we maintain that central open space. As a result of, in terms of the impact on the green belt, you do have a large volume and mass of buildings across the site, and that there'll be a separation between the northern side and a more exposed development.
So is the point you're making, sorry to cut across you, you're making that because there are going to be 200 houses, there is a greater impact on the green belt to the extent of the appeal site than there would be if there were less houses within the appeal site?
Effectively, yeah. It is about the numbers and
Thank you. Can I just also then pick up some of the points that you made in evidence in chief? And you'll need, I think, the planning statement of common ground.
Yep.
Which is CD 7.8.
I have a hard copy in front of me. Yep.
Okay, and as I understood it, in your evidence in chief, you were expressing concern about the impact on users of the footpath that runs down the northeastern edge of the boundary of the site, just within the site, from Windmill Heights down to Kennel Lane. Is that right?
I had identified that, yes.
Can we just look at paragraph 8.24 of the statement of common ground? But I should perhaps have asked you this. The statement of common ground is signed by Christine Lyons, the head of planning, your boss.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, but clearly you've read this statement of common ground. I mean, do you actually disagree with anything in it?
I haven't disagreed with anything in it.
Okay, good. Then let's look at paragraph 8.24. The existing public right-of-way, which runs along the northeast boundary of the appeal site, currently provides recreational value. The use of the appeal site from the public right-of-way would be irrevocably impacted by the appeal scheme. However, it is agreed there is no material harm to the recreational value for local residents. You agree with that?
Yeah, I accept that the path would remain clear and unobstructed for the users of local residents. I think I was merely alluding to the fact that the enjoyment of those views from that path over the open countryside would be altered.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna move on from the purposes of the Greenbelt, Mr. Humphreys. And what I want to ask you now is some questions about the character and appearance and the only policy that's actually identified in the reasons for refusal, in other words, BAS BE 12.
Yes.
So let's have a look at that policy. You'll find that in the core documents at 4.5.
Yes.
And we can see what the policy says. Planning permission for new residential development and for the alteration of and extension of existing dwellings will be refused if it causes material harm in any of the following ways. I don't think you are contending that items 2 through to 5 are in any way an issue here. So there's no overlooking, there's no noise or disturbance, there's no overshadowing or overdominance, and there's no traffic danger or congestion, is there?
No, it's purely criteria 1. Yep.
Purely concerned with 1, which looks to harm to the character of the surrounding area, including the street scene.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is impact of the development on the appeal site to the area around the appeal site. Yes?
Well, and to the appeal site itself.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not what the policy says. Harm to the character of the surrounding area.
No, it does say that. Yes, harm to the character of the surrounding area,
It's
including
looking
the
to
street
see
scene.
whether there is an impact on existing residents.
Yes, and the character of that immediate
Of the surrounding area, i.e. the area surrounding where the proposed development is going to be put.
Yes,
What did it
including
say?
including the street scene. Yes, so
Including the street scene of the surrounding area.
yes.
Now,
Yeah.
are you advancing a case that the street scene is going to be impacted by the proposed development? Because I don't see that in your proof of evidence anyway.
We're saying the character.
You say we. Who's
Me.
the we?
I am me. Well, I am representing the council.
No, yes, you are representing the council, but you've signed a declaration that the evidence is your own evidence and your own professional opinions. So yes. I don't like this constant reference to we. You're not here as a mouthpiece for the council. These are your opinions, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Humphreys. And if they're not, then you need to make that very, very clear.
No, they are my opinions. I had, concerns about the impact of development of the site on the character of the area.
Yeah, of the surrounding area, because that's what the policy says.
And that's what I've referred to.
Or when you read this policy, do you mean the character of the appeal site? The
appeal site and the surrounding area. It's the character, the context of that site and the area immediately surrounding it.
So what aspects or what parts of the surrounding area, and this is what I'm trying to ask you, are you concerned will be impacted by the proposed development? I've asked you, because you've referred to including the street scene, is there any street scene that is going to be materially harmed by the proposed development? If so, what is it?
The main impact is upon the views into the site from Kennel Lane.
Right.
And although
is that a street scene?
That's a street, and the development would be visible from that street.
All right.
I appreciate, and I do acknowledge that in the verified visual montages that have been submitted, that the appellants are seeking to mitigate that through tree planting. But what I'm saying is it would take many years for that to establish, and so there would be a degree of harm during that period until that establishes.
So is the extent of your case that there will be some harm between the site being construction on the site starting and year 15, when you'll be able to get glimpse views from Kennel Lane into the appeal site? Is that it?
It's not only that, it's the effect on the openness of the green belt. So it's that combined with the harm to the character of that wider area.
We've already been through the openness of the green belt. You've accepted that the only openness of the green belt that you are concerned about is confined to the appeal site itself. Doesn't affect the openness of the green belt outside of the appeal site.
The character one is the lesser harm. The green belt one is the primary one. Because it's an outline application, there's no guarantees that the scheme would come forward in the time frames that are suggested. So what I'm saying is that it would take many years for the impacts on or the views of that site to be suitably mitigated.
Well, when we look at the VVMs in Ms. Symes's appendices, you have those?
Yes, I got those. Yeah. So
we need to turn to.
I think it's like page 75 is probably.
Yeah,
I don't think the page numbers are on there at that point, but it's after 69 is the last page number.
Well, I haven't got page numbers, so just a second.
Oh, okay. You've got one better than me.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's VVM 2, isn't it?
I was looking at 11.
Well, that's.
Oh, yeah, VVM 2. Sorry, yes. Yeah, apologies.
VVM
2 is the correct one, which is viewpoint 11. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can see what the baseline is, the current view. Yeah.
You can, yes.
You can see what the view would be in year 1. That's the next montage, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, year 1, and then you've got year 15. So
Year 15.
by year 15, based on this, it would be screened, assuming that's about 2040. If you look at the deliverability timescale on page 16 of Mulliner's proof, which is bear with me a second, 7.11, and it talks about the timescales.
Yes.
On page 16.
Yes.
They envisage assuming outline approval this year. They'd be marketing the site 2023. Obviously, it's an outline, and Gleeson aren't intended to build it out themselves. So, assuming the builder is found, first completions are looking at 2025. So, first planting can be expected around that time. If it's going to take 15 years to come to fruition, it's going to be a long time before whilst this site is exposed. That's my thinking on that.
Your concern in relation to the impact on the character spirits of the surrounding area, which is the policy justification you've identified in the reason for refusal, is the 15 years between construction starting and the planting or maturing, when you're going to be able to see into the site, but obviously increasingly less and less as that planting matures.
That would, in time, mitigate it. I think the policy BAS B12, which we're relying on, and I do appreciate it says the site. It says, as you've alluded to, harm to the character of the surrounding area, including the street scene. So, I mean, we've taken that to include, the whole area, not so including the appeal site. So there would be harm to the site itself. It may not say that or come across as saying that, but it's that the area, that context of that area is what we're looking at.
All right. Well, let's assume you're right. I'm going to make a submission that you're wrong, but let's assume you're right, and the surrounding area includes the appeal site. Your position is what exactly? That building on a greenfield site is going to change the character of that site from a greenfield to built development?
It would urbanise it from a currently open arable field,
right,
to an urbanised settlement extension. So
that's the appeal site itself. But in terms of the surrounding area, which is actually what the policy says, I just want to understand what your case is. Is your case, and this is a yes or no answer, is your case that the surrounding area which you are concerned will be harmfully impacted is that viewpoint from Kennel Lane for a period of 15 years, up to 15 years, when the planting matures?
I think is what that being one of the main principal viewpoints, but like I said before about
viewpoints are there?
There
you're not relying on the longer distance viewpoints, are you?
No. I wasn't relying on those. No, it was. We've said it's the immediate setting from Kennel Lane is the primary, and that you've got open countryside either side. This would be the incursion into that, so harming that character.
So am I right? The high point of the council's case, your case, is its views from Kennel Lane, if there are other views in addition to viewpoint 11, for a period of 15 years. That's the extent of it.
I think it's not. I'm not just saying that. It's the harm arising from the whole of the development.
I don't understand that answer.
No, okay.
Well, obviously, it's the harm from the whole of the development. the whole of the development will be screened from Kennel Lane, as the visual montages show, by year 15.
That's what it's indicating, yes. So during that time, it will be exposed, so there will be more harm. I'm just thinking in terms of what impact we can expect this impact to be. I mean, for a considerable period of time.
I think you made that point. You said it's for up to 15 years. What I'm trying to understand is that harm for up to 15 years, is it confined to views from Kennel Lane?
Well, predominantly, yes, being the most visible road network surrounding the site. We've accepted that from the A176, views into the site would be limited because of the established tree belt on that site.
I mean, is the answer to my question yes? And if you want to qualify it by predominantly, I'm going to ask you, where else can you see the site in such a way that it causes material harm as the policy requires?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's predominantly from Kennel
No,
Lane.
I'm not using word. That's your word. I'm saying
sorry.
The only place that you can identify, that you are identifying material harm to be from, is Kennel Lane. If you disagree with that, where else can you see the site from the surrounding area in such a way that material harm will be caused?
Well, it would be, as I said before, also from the footpath, 32 around
outside
the perimeter.
of the site, Mr. Humphreys.
Outside of the site. Well,
Yes.
other than to the outlook from those residents that
The
join the site
surrounding
to the
area,
north.
we've moved from the site to the surrounding area.
Oh yes, yeah, but I'm saying the residents to the north are outside of the site.
Yes, so they're private views.
They are private views, and
So not a material plan consideration.
So it's primarily Kennel Lane and the footpath is the primary concerns.
No. Sorry, Mr. Humphreys, I am going to press you on this. I've moved from the appeal site itself. The footpath runs inside the appeal site.
Okay, forget the footpath then. So from outside,
Let
excluding the footpath.
Let me finish, Mr. Humphreys. Forget the footpath. Forget about the dwellings to the north, which enjoy private views and which are not material planning considerations. Where apart from Kennel Lane in the surrounding area will there be a material impact on?
Well, apart from Kennel Lane, only at the junction with Kennel Lane, the A176, whilst the junction works are undertaken, exposing the site from that point.
Some construction works whilst being undertaken from the roundabout.
Yeah.
Right. That's it.
And other than the material harm, as I've been suggested before, to the character area as being open countryside. So,
but you can't see it from the surrounding area.
But just because you can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't have a harmful impact.
Are we back to an impact on the appeal site itself, Mr. Humphreys? Because it doesn't have an impact on the area outside of the appeal site.
I accept that the long-term mitigation may address that issue.
All right, thank you. Right. Just give me a moment. Yeah, can I just ask you, please, to turn up your proof of evidence 4.29.
Yes.
And this is the list that you were taken to and which I think you said.
I think I confused two documents here. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, you said it was drawn from CD 6.11. That's what you said in your evidence in chief.
Have a look.
You said it was drawn from that list relevant to the appeal site.
Yes, because not all of those characteristics are relevant to the site, the appeal site alone, because the site 18 formed much bigger site, didn't it? Extending to the south.
Yeah, except that you also, I think, well, let's just go through this list.
Okay.
So sloping and undulating topography with most elevated to the north, and we've heard what you've said about that.
Yeah.
I'll ask Ms. Symes to comment on that evidence that you gave. Public footpaths within site provide views across the site. Is that a reference to the last bullet point in CD 6.11?
That was the second bullet point in 6.11. Let me just bring that up.
Second bullet point 6.11 is roadside hedgerows.
Oh, hold on. Let me. I might be on the wrong page here. Bear with me a moment. What?
I'm in 6.11, which is the document you referred to.
Yes.
I think.
Oh, I'm on page 118. What page are you on? I'm on 186.
On page 180.
Oh, 180. I'm on 186. Sorry. So that's where I took those from. Key site features and characteristics.
186. Okay.
Yes.
I see. Okay. Across roadside hedgerow to Kennel Lane. Long distance views. I mean, you've taken this, but I mean, long distance views from elevated public footpaths across the Crouch Valley to Basildon and the Langdon Hills, I think you now accept actually is not relevant to this because you can't really see the site in those long distance views.
Well, I mean, I think that whole reference is alluding to that public footpath 32 because that's the only elevated footpath.
Yeah, but you're not advancing a case here that those long distance views are going to be impacted.
No. All I was alluding to there was what were the features and replicating what are identified in that document.
Yes, but I mean, just we've also got to give some thought as to whether or not they're relevant. And if
but
it's not part of your case, if it's not part of your case that those long distance views are going to be impacted, which it's not, then it's not relevant, is it?
Well, no, if you put it that way, I only put it in because it was identified as the characteristics, the key features.
Yeah, but I mean, why is that relevant if it's not going to be impacted? How does that help the inspector?
Okay, yeah, no, I concede that.
Open views of site from residential properties on Windmill Heights, where you agree that's not a material planning consideration.
Yeah, I agree. There's no right to a view in the planning system.
And I think you were going on to say something about the role of the site in forming separation between Billericay, Great Bursted, South Green and Oak Hill, to the effect that actually that separation would be maintained. Then you started backtracking, possibly because you realised that was a point in the appellant's favour.
I mean, I don't want to replicate or repeat anything I've said before. I think what I was alluding to was that this would reduce the separation as one travels on Noak Hill Road from Noak Hill up to the site. But I do accept there's other parts of Great Bursted and South Green that are nearer to Noak Hill at the southern end of Great Bursted and South Green.
All right, and then there's just one other point I think I need to take up with you, and this is your concern about the appeal site jutting out. And for that purpose, can we turn up Ms. Symes's rebuttal proof of evidence, CD 7.25?
Let me just get that one, bear with me. Yes.
And first of all, I mean, it's correct, isn't it, that the assessment in the 2018 Greenbelt topic paper and the allocation of H18 as a site, I mean, that was not dependent. That was assessed on its own merits. It was not dependent upon sites around it also being taken out of the Greenbelt, was it?
I mean, they were put forward at the same time, H17D.
Yes, but at no point was the council saying, well, if you don't allow H17, then you shouldn't allow H18.
I don't think there's a specific wording to that effect, no.
So it's not dependent upon H17 coming out. And if the examiner had said, I don't think H17 should come out of the Greenbelt, that would not have affected the council's views about whether or not there were exceptional circumstances which justified H18 coming out of the Greenbelt.
I mean, they were put forward at the same time, presumably on the basis that it was considered that together they may help round off of that section of the town. I think H17D specifically was required.
Sorry, Ms. Humphries, where do I find that? Where they were seen as important that they should come forward together. I haven't found any document to support that theory.
I mean, offhand, I couldn't refer you to a specific on that. I'd have to look into it further. So sorry, I can't.
And if you turn up Ms. Symes's rebuttal proof evidence, there's a very useful plan or map on page 6. Yes, have you got that? I think the point that you were beginning to make and then sort of pulled back on was that Billericay is not a settlement which has a regular shape. It has bits jutting out all over it, all around its edges. Good example is Second Avenue, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I was attempting to allude to the fact that it isn't a regular shaped settlement. There are historical reasons. Ty Common projects out, as does other parts of it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the other parts that should jut out. I mean, that's not. Yeah. Go on.
Well, the point, it's a simple point, Mr. I think it's the one that you were creeping towards before you realised where it might lead you, is that even if you're right and development of the appeal site would jut out, that is not an uncommon characteristic of the settlement, which is Billericay.
I think, yeah, I mean, there's historical reasons why there are those elements.
Maybe good reasons and maybe bad reasons, but as a matter of fact, there are other elements which project beyond the majority of the built form. Second Avenue is just one example.
Yeah, and that obviously occurred before the Greenbelt boundary was extended up to encompass that Billericay. I would just allude to or identify the fact that permission was granted on for Bell Hill Close. I think it was like 2009, allowed on appeal further to the north on the basis sort of enabling development for the school opposite, but that had the effect of reducing the separation between Great Bursted, South Green and Billericay proper. So I do acknowledge it's now merged with Billericay, and I suppose this would just sort of cement that merger even further.
Well, if it's merged already, then
it's already merged.
The concern about merger must be less. That's the very point that was being made in the topic paper, wasn't it?
I think the topic paper was alluding to that it was an urban edge.
What this also shows us is that actually the appeal site does not extend beyond even Second Avenue. So it's well within, as it were, the settlement area of Billericay itself. It doesn't extend Billericay to the south at all, does it?
It factually doesn't extend any further south than other parts of the settlement. No, that's true. But by implication, it would therefore release other sites in between, say, such as H17D. It would make the argument to prevent that from being developed.
Well, that's a completely different argument. That's now saying we shouldn't allow this development, not because we have any problem with this development, but it might make it easier for someone else to get planning.
Well, no, I think that's why I think they were looking.
Refusal.
I think that's why they were being looked at together originally, because it was seen as a way to sort of round off of that section. But obviously, in the absence of the other one for which there's no application, this one's obviously in isolation. And that's
we've already looked at that, Mr. Humphreys. I mean, you're unable to point to any document which suggests that they are to be read together, and that if H17 doesn't come forward, then H18 is unacceptable. They were assessed on their own merits.
I would have to check to see if there's anything in the emerging local plan to cover that, but I'm not aware of it.
All right. Mr. Humphreys, those are all my questions. Thank you very much indeed. Madam, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Litton. I forgot to put my microphone on there. Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Do you want a short break, Mr. Humphreys, or are you happy to continue on with? I've got some questions. Just looking at the participants.
Happy to carry on, Mum, if you're happy to. I recognise the time.
Yeah,
slipping.
okay. There doesn't appear to be any parties supporting the proposal who wish to ask any questions, unless I'm looking at my participants list. There isn't anyone present. I do have some questions. I've just got to find them. As I said earlier on, quite a lot of what I had, because I had a few questions, being covered off through either the evidence or through Mr. Litton's cross-examination, or the evidence in chief. So thank you everybody for that. But nonetheless, I do have several questions, so I'll just take them each in turn, as I say, and then if just ask if you need anything rephrased. So you just bear with me, because I've got this list, and I'm just mindful of what I've heard just there. So the first thing, I can just turn you to the principally all. It'll be your proof of evidence that you need to have to hand, if you've got that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll try my best to refer to the specific parts that I'm wanting to just question you about. So paragraph 4.4.
Yes.
On page 11, so just at the top there, you refer to limited opportunity for residential development, and I'm just wondering, is limited opportunity, the term limited, is that actually identified or defined anywhere within the study, which I believe is
I think it was the landscape character and greenbelt landscape capacity
appendix
study.
It's the study that was appendix 3. So that would
Okay,
be the,
let me. Yeah, so on 2.14.6, 2.14.6.
yes, it advises us that yes, so it talks about low residential capacity and then limited opportunity, and I'm just wondering if you're able to.
Sure.
Or tell me what if there isn't a definition, what what your interpretation of a limited means relative to the appeal proposal and the part, you know, the different parcels of the top, middle and bottom section of the site.
Okay, I'd have to, let me just get that whole document up. I think it might be better. So in terms of that, the whole document is on, bear with me. This is the volume 1 one, isn't it? I think.
Yeah. Volume 2, sorry.
Oh, volume 2, sorry, is it? Oh, yeah, my mistake.
Yeah.
So, okay. So that's 6.8. Let me just bring that up.
So your reliance on that is what is your, you know, what was meant by limited. Just trying to get a handle on that.
I mean, so low capacity, limited opportunity for residential development due to the prominent location and role the site plays in separating Great Bursted, Noak Hill and Billericay. Area with relatively, so it looked at, so it looked at parcel 14 as a whole. It's an area with relatively better potential, is located adjacent to the existing development, e.g. to the north. Interface to the remainder of the site could be improved. I think that also reflects what the Basildon outline landscape appraisals of potential strategic sites sought to suggest that only the northern section, only third of the site be developed, and not the southern 2/3. I think that was sort of a prelude to that, acknowledging that the rest of the site had low capacity, but there would be a limited opportunity adjacent the existing urban edge.
So do I take it that limited is that's confined to they were talking about the, if we say the upper third of the site?
The upper third. I think that's what it's referring to. Yes.
That's what you would equate that to when looking at that evidence, interpreting that evidence.
That's how I would interpret it. I appreciate this preceded the Basildon outline landscape appraisals of potential sites, and I think that's what that subsequently built on the landscape capacity study.
Okay, thanks. Are you able to, just in terms of timescales of when things have happened, you know, other developments have happened, thinking about the most recent development at the top.
What, in Billericay? Oh, that was was. I mean, I think I've got the appeal decision. That was allowed on appeal.
I'm just sort of looking at that, the study that we've just had up, and in terms of the development capacity of Area 14, I'm just wondering, was that carried out pre or post the development of Area 14A, which I think is Windmill?
I think it was being undertaken at the time. It was allowed on appeal in 2009. The development to the north 51 dwellings, and it was being built out. I think there was a subsequent reserve matters. I think, outline was approved in 2009. There was a couple of reserve matters, so they didn't go ahead with the first one. So it wasn't until around 2013, 14 that it was more starting to be built out. So I think that's why it was still shown. I mean, it does on the plan. It identifies Bell Hill Close, I think, in Appendix 4. Under the 14A allocation, or not the allocation of the parcel, the Greenbelt parcel.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So
Because I was just
But,
wondering whether or not the change in circumstances in that sort of intervening period
I did wonder myself.
Did that affect the validity of the findings, or the up to dateness of the findings in terms of capacity?
Well, I think when they reviewed 14A in light of that appeal decision, hence why on in my appendix you can see it's identified as not contributing to any of the purposes of Greenbelt at that point.
Right. Okay. Right. With you. Yeah, I'm with you.
That's for
okay.
14A.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. That makes sense. Thank you. So just turning to 4.6 of your proof of evidence, and this is just a point just about sprawl. I think you refer in your evidence to the proposal adding to unrestricted sprawl. So adding, that would add to unrestricted sprawl. That's within the first sentence of 4.6. So can you just explain to us what is meant there? Adding to unrestricted sprawl, am I to take that there's already unrestricted sprawl that has occurred? I don't.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I don't think. No, you're right. I think I think my wording could have been better there. I'm not alluding. I'm not trying to advise that the rest of the settlement is sprawl. I suspect that most of it was there before the Greenbelt was allocated around it.
Okay, thank you. And then this is just a question. So if we turn to 4.23 of your proof, and this is just to give me a little bit of back so that I understand the council's policy approach really in terms of defining countryside. So am I to take it that all land outside of designated settlements is countryside? And is there a safe policy that defines a countryside?
We don't have a specific countryside policy. It is predicated on all Greenbelt being effectively countryside, recognizing that there are different grades and that there will be some development of within it.
So do you in Basildon there isn't, you don't have washed over Greenbelt?
We do have
in some areas. Obviously the Greenbelt washes over.
Yeah, the Greenbelt washes.
So therefore, you wouldn't necessarily, Greenbelt designation doesn't necessarily correlate with countryside. I think that's what I'm trying to sort of understand.
Okay.
Where if in the absence of a policy that clearly defines what is countryside and what isn't. I'm just trying to understand how you arrive that it is countryside.
It's countryside by way of it not being within the urban settlements. We don't have many settlements that are within the Greenbelt other than Little Bursted is a scattering of dwellings to the west, which is a small settlement. Otherwise, we've got plotlands, which are sort of sporadic dwellings, but they would, we would be considered as being still part of the wider countryside, albeit I appreciate it may be less open in those sort of plotland areas, which is for historical reasons. But
this is just a question around the saved policy consistency with MPPF. It's just
yes.
I just wondered it in the context of your paragraph 4.39. Where we refer to the green belt policies were either compliant or generally compliant. I'm just wondering if you can explain the difference between compliant and generally compliant to us, just as a broad principle.
Sure. I think, so say like GB1 and B12, I think they were considered compliant, but S5, I think was considered generally compliant. I think it's because we'd had other evidence, like say from the SMAR, or you know, the NPPF had different versions for affordable housing, and therefore that policy was somewhat dated comparison to the more recent evidence that we had from the SMAR and obviously the NPPF.
So is it?
So, okay.
It's the generally compliant. It's I
Okay,
can understand what is compliant. It's a generally compliant.
Let me just find.
I'm struggling.
Sure.
I'm struggling with.
Sure, Mum. Let me just find. So I've got So I put Appendix 1 in my proof, which is the latest draft of the NPPF review of safe policies against the NPPF, which is the draft one. Looking to November, we're looking to get that resolved. But on page 14 of that, I don't know if you can bring that up.
Of the actual document.
Yeah, of Appendix 1. Yeah, to my proof.
Yeah.
So that would
I've
be.
got a hard copy of it.
Oh, okay. So on that one, you'll see on page 14, BAS S5 affordable housing says generally compliant, but less weight can be given to this policy. And then there's commentary on it. It says aspects of this policy are outdated as a consequence of changes to national policy around housing in the intervening years. And then it says, yeah, due to the age of BAS S5, it does not acknowledge viability and cannot respond adequately to the needs identified through the borough's current housing evidence documents, including the SMAR 2017.
Okay. So it's approach and detail, the degree to which the approach is consistent, and then it may be the detail might not be consistent.
Yeah.
As consistent. Yeah.
May not be. Yeah.
Okay. I think I can understand that. Okay. Okay, this is just a point of clarification. 4.47 of your proof of evidence in comparison to 4.65. My reading of those two paragraphs is that you've attached no weight to the draft allocation at 4.47, but in 4.65, my reading is that you attach limited weight to it. So I just wonder if you can clarify.
Okay.
Well, whether there should be a differential between the two, and if not,
yeah, no, I can see that there's a conflict there, isn't there? Let me just read that. So, I think that should be. I think the intention was it should be no weight, Mom, but because it was withdrawn, but not the evidence-based policy behind it, as we've discussed.
So 4.65.
That's the.
Should be
that's
no weight. No weight. Okay. So just moving to 4.52, and this is just about public open space. We heard earlier that, and I've got a note that you agreed in principle that an over provision of public open space is if I call it a candidate very special circumstance, it has a scope to be a very special circumstance. I think that was what the discussion was, and I've got a note that you'd agreed that. So at 4.52, you refer to measures that would be required for the public open space to be successful and useful. So the way that's worded to me, that sounds as if there are things that I'm missing.
Okay, so to
That
be
would make
six,
that would make it successful and useful. And I'm just wanting sort of clarification on whether that is the way that is that the intention of the way that sentence has been written. And if it is, could those measures, whatever they are, be secured by planning conditions through this appeal, or indeed the reserve matters? So I suppose the question is, are there measures that you're alluding to? And if there are, what types of things were you thinking of?
Yeah, I suppose because we recognise, we welcome the benefits of the open space in principle, but we have concerns that because of the steepness of the valley and the attenuation ponds that would be full of water some of the time, they would limit the usability of the wider space, or limit the potential to allocate some play space. I mean, that potentially that could be addressed by a condition. I do recognise that we were originally seeking contributions towards play spaces elsewhere, or upgrading of other play spaces.
I suppose because what you're saying is, to be successful and useful, it would need to complement the other open space provision in the area. But what I don't know from that is whether or not it's the way it's written. It's suggesting to me that there's something missing that isn't before us.
I'm not quite sure what I was alluding to. Maybe the linkages or the size of the open space. I mean, I recognise that with the scheme that was approved in 2009 to the north, 14A, maintained a sort of wildlife corridor along the western side of the site, and I think we've not opposed this scheme on that basis, but it might be that one dwelling close to that northwest corner of the illustrative master plan might need to come out, so that you maintain that sort of corridor through and those links, or sort of wildlife links up.
But I suppose
but that doesn't.
It's the use of the open space for the public, rather than it being ecological, which is like a potentially dual purpose of public open spaces.
I think
is there something that you were alluding to that could be secured through a condition, or would be something that could be addressed through the reserve matters?
I suspect reserve matters, I would suspect, may be able to seek to address that. I think it was the usability of the space, and there may be ways to enhance that.
Okay, thank you. So you've clarified earlier that there'd be a significant adverse impact, albeit localised, on character and appearance. That's what I've written that down as a note, because it wasn't. I don't think it was explicit in the evidence.
Okay.
Can you just? I may well have missed it, so I'm asking as a point of clarity. Can you just clarify to me what weight you give to this? Because I didn't hear that. I don't think the question of weight was actually mentioned at that point. So in terms of the significant adverse impact, and in terms of, albeit localised, on character and appearance.
Recognising that, certainly, Mum, recognising that there are a degree of containment to the site. I'd probably say moderate.
Is that a definite moderate? I
Yes.
don't want to probably.
Oh, sorry, not probably. Yes, a definite.
I need a definite.
I am saying moderate.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, yes.
And in in terms of, just so I understand what is meant by moderate, because what one person can think is moderate can be is that like the ordinary weight? Is that like, as you say, like an ordinary weight? When you say moderate, is that you haven't upped it? It's not upped, it's not lower. It's where you start from, and then either you give it more or less.
I
So
suppose
it's like
I
a
was looking.
medium point.
Yeah, so starting, if it was just a, if there was no concealment of the boundaries completely open, then I would say it was a potentially a more severe effect. The same as if there was much more concealment and less development on the site, so there was less perception of it, both within and without, then I would probably say low. But
yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm on the same page there with how you've done that. I beg your pardon if anybody can hear barking dogs, so don't belong to me. I'll just close my window because it's annoying me. So. I beg your pardon.
no problem.
So, just thinking again about the cross-examination, you've agreed that the findings in is it the healer? The
healer, yes.
Yeah. That they have scope to be a candidate, very special circumstance. It's back to that point, when you were talking about you were being questioned about what could potentially be a very special circumstance. So you agreed, I think I've got a note there that you agreed that the healer could have scope to be a very special circumstance. And I just want to know, in concluding that limited weight should be afforded to the evidence base that underpins the withdrawn local plan, which I understand is the council's case, does that weighting extend to the healer, given that, be mindful that the healer can be prepared for more than, its role isn't just about underpinning a local plan, it can have a wider role in terms of calculating housing land supply and the like. Does it, or is it limited weight? Is it the same? Do you give it the same weight? Does it fall within the same basket of the other evidence that you're giving limited weight to?
I'm just trying to get it in my mind, because I recognise that could almost be a standalone exercise. I'd still probably say limited.
Is that
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest, Mum. I'd have to consider.
Okay, I'll take it as a not sure then, rather than a probably.
Yes.
Okay. Nearly finished.
I mean, on that point, I wonder whether my policy colleague Robert Davey may be able to provide a bit more confidence on that.
It was a question for you, because obviously you've given it limited. You've given that evidence.
Yeah, I've identified it could
plan, limited weight, and that's my question was just about whether or not that included the healer or not. But I'll take it. I'll make a judgment on that. That's all right.
Okay. Yeah. Apologies. I'm not 100% sure on that. That's one I'm not sure.
And Just finally, with regard to paragraph 4.69 of your proof,
Yes.
and just thinking about the identified effect on character and appearance, I'm just wondering, has that been factored in to your overall judgment as part of the other harm or not?
It was considered in that overall harm. Maybe it's not explicitly mentioned there. Yeah, I don't seem to have explicitly identified that.
I just wondered if there was a reason for that. I suppose that's all.
I don't think there was a specific reason why I didn't put that in there.
Okay. Thank you. That's all of my questions. You'll be probably relieved to know. So I've just checked. We're still 5 participants showing, so that means that we don't have anybody who has joined us on the Zoom call who is wanting to ask a question. That is my understanding, unless anybody wants to tell me otherwise. So that will lead us on. If you're happy, if you want to have a break now, we can have a break, or we can go straight to re-examination of Mr. Humphreys by Mr. Atkinson.
Happy to do re-examination unless anyone requires a break, Ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Humphreys, you're the one in the hot seat. I don't know whether do you need a quick breather?
I'm okay, thank you. No, that's fine.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And it goes without saying, for anybody who's giving evidence, if you feel that you need a break at any time, you just need to let me know, because different people have different tolerances as to when they want to have a break.
That's fine. I haven't drunk too much water.
I sometimes get into a mission and I could just go on forever, so without a break. But I know that not everybody has got the same stamina. So, right, okay. So I'll pass over to Mr. Atkinson now.
Thank you, Madam. I only have 3 questions, so I won't be very long. Mr. Humphreys will be able to have a break before too long in any event. 4 questions.
Okay.
First of all, Mr. Humphreys, do you remember you were taken by Mr. Lytton to your paragraph 4.5 of your proof?
Yes.
And the point was made that the Basildon Greenbelt Review doesn't have a category of strong contribution to the purposes. Do you remember?
Yes.
It was just contribute, partly contribute, and did not contribute. Okay, yes. You accepted that, that's fine. I just wanted to confirm whether or not that affected your conclusion on the level of harm to purposes A and B, your judgment, which you gave this morning, where you said there would be significant harm to purpose A and moderate harm to purpose B.
It did not. I mean, it was based on the Greenbelt Review purposes, and those didn't change. So it was just the addition of the word, but not the effect.
Thank you. Then you were taken to the points in your evidence which you set out at 4.29. You turn that up, please.
Yes.
And I just wanted to make sure that we've all understood where these came from. If you could take up, please, document CD 611, which is the appraisal of potential strategic development sites, the Site 18 analysis.
Yes. Yes, I have that.
And you said at one point that you were looking at page 186 in that document. So if you could turn to that page, please.
Yes.
It seems to me that the features which you mention at your paragraph 4.29 are all taken from that first column on page 186.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's right. But you've excluded some of the features and characteristics on page 186, which aren't relevant to the appeal site.
That is true, yes.
Okay.
So say, for instance, there's one here, pond network and fishing lake.
Yeah.
Obviously, that doesn't apply to this site.
So it looks like, and tell me if this is right, you've included the first bullet on 186.
The first one, yes.
The second one, which is about views from footpaths within the site.
Yes.
Your
Sorry,
hand was
my hand was over the camera. Apologies. I was just pointing to it on my screen, so I could see it. Yes.
The third one about the agricultural landscape.
Yes.
The fourth one, roadside hedgerows to Kennel Lane fragmented.
Yes.
And then you've excluded the fifth and the sixth. Yeah.
Yes.
And then the next one is the seventh, which is the opposite of the views out. It's the views in from distant footpaths.
Long distance views from elevated footpaths across the Crouch Valley to Basildon.
Yeah,
and
you've included that.
Yes.
You've included the next open views of sites from residential properties on Windmill Heights.
Yes.
You've excluded the next one about the spire of St Mary Magdalene.
I did.
And then the final one you've included is the penultimate from the list on 186 about the separation.
The one, sorry, I said the next one I've included in the list, the role of site informing separation between Billericay Great Burst, but I've done not included the last one. In that.
That's right, yeah. You've included the penultimate on 186, but excluded the final bullet.
I seem to have missed out the bottom one, yeah, for some reason, but southern parts of the site more visually contained from publicly accessible viewpoints.
Yeah, I mean, you addressed that elsewhere in your evidence, don't you? But I just wanted to clear where these...
Yeah, that's where they came from.
All right, and then going back to your 4.29, and these, in terms of the structure of your evidence, you included this list of characteristics in the part of your proof which was dealing with character and appearance of the area. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Okay, and then I have two more questions and then that's it, but they both arise from things which the inspector asked you about. And the first one was, she asked about sprawl and what was meant by unrestricted sprawl. And I wondered if you could, there is a definition of that. I wondered if you could turn to the 2017 Greenbelt Review, which is CD 6.9.
Yes, and I did note that.
I think it's at page 26, paragraph 556.
Yes. Yes.
Now, there seem to be two definitions in that paragraph. Would you mind just, well, having a look at it and letting us know which do you say is relevant?
Okay, so it refers to two parts. I would say only the first part is relevant, but it says the first part, unrestricted sprawl, refers to where there is development which has occurred outside of the settlement boundaries of existing areas into the greenbelt, such that there is a line of development stretching back into the settlement boundary of an existing settlement. And then it also goes on to say, unrestricted sprawl has also been defined as areas where large expanses of greenbelt land are being used for a relatively small amount of development, such as is the case with plotlands. Where there are plotland developments, those parts of the greenbelt would not be able to contribute to purpose one, as they already contain significant built development. So we're not talking about plotlands area. So the first part of that definition would apply.
Very well. And then finally, another definition point. The inspector asked you about the difference between compliant and generally compliant.
Yes.
And if you turn to your Appendix 1, which is the compliance with the most recent draft of the framework document.
Yes.
And turn on to page 5.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
We can see at 214 to 216 the difference between compliant and generally compliant. But
yes.
Could you just
I can read
215 and 216 and then tell us if that's what you understand to be the difference?
Yes, certainly. So it says 3 categories are applied: compliant, and it goes on to say weighting can be applied; generally compliant, less weighting can be applied; national policy has now superseded this policy; very little weighting should be given to the local policy. So
the next two paragraphs which come to it.
Okay, and the next two paragraphs say where policies are judged as being compliant with policies in the revised NPPF, it means that these local policies have been judged to not conflict with the requirements of the NPPF and should be afforded full weight when determining relevant planning applications. Generally compliant means that there are aspects of the policy which remain compatible with national policy, but some parts of the policy are no longer fully consistent with the NPPF. So that would reflect policy S5 for the second one.
And just to complete the point, when you use those phrases at your paragraph 439, is that your understanding of what they meant in your proof?
That was my understanding. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys. You can stand down now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys, Mr. Atkinson. Just looking at where we are in the programme now. So it's just coming up to 4 o'clock. So I think we're about an hour behind. That's not a problem because I think originally the main parties had asked for more time, and then I think you reduced the time down, and so that that's not a problem. Now we'll be moving on to the highways evidence in chief with Mr. Howard on behalf of the appellant with Mr. Litton. The council weren't intending to call a witness on highway matters, and there'll not be. My understanding is there'll be no cross-examination of Mr. Howard either. Now, as I said earlier on, when I opened, we've had 2 members of the public who had indicated that they wish to potentially ask questions of the highways witness. Now, from my looking at it, we've only got 5 participants, which are the and no other people. So I don't know if anybody's, because I'm obviously want to make sure that any interested parties are connected to the correct link, rather than, because if they're viewing it on the live stream, obviously they'll not be able to participate. So I wonder whether somebody from the council is able to clarify.
Yeah. Yes, madam, you're quite right. Whilst Mr. Humphreys was giving evidence, I've received an email to say that Helen Watkins will not be joining online now after all. And I think she was the only.
There was a Miss Lewis yesterday as well, who had she had indicated yesterday that she had some highway questions. What we'll Mr. I mean, obviously she isn't here. I just want to make sure that there isn't anybody who is on the wrong, watching on the wrong format. Is Mr. Howard, you know, we've got the reserve sort of general session. Is Mr. Howard going to be available for that? Which is scheduled for Monday afternoon. Mr. Howard,
Madam, I need to check. I mean, it was pretty clear from Tuesday and the timetable that's been published now since last Friday when he was going to be available. I don't really want to put my clients to the expense of having him on standby.
No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. What I will say is that if Miss Lewis is watching this, and she just needs to, she's obviously not on the Zoom call, which will allow her to ask questions. So she'll need to contact the council to get the correct link to be able to ask questions. So I will leave it like that, and I think that's a fair way.
Can I suggest this then? If she is listening, is perhaps we just break for, I don't know, 10 minutes. So if she's heard all this because she's on she's watching on YouTube, she's got time to contact, I suspect it's Louise Davidson. I think that was the contact for this. Yeah. And we'll come back in 10 minutes. And if she has managed to make contact, then she can ask some questions. Otherwise,
we'll do that.
I don't know whether you have questions, madam.
Sorry, I missed that.
I don't know whether you have questions of Mr. Howard.
At the moment, I don't. At the moment, unless I hear something today that I need clarification on, but as it stands at the moment, I don't have any questions.
Well, can I suggest we just adjourn, I don't know, say till 4:15 to allow her to be able to make contact if she's listening and wants to ask questions. So
we will adjourn until 4:15. So I'll just leave the room now. Thank you very much. Bye. Good afternoon again. It's just coming to 4:15, so I'd like to resume this inquiry, please. And if we can have Mr. Howard and Mr. Litton.
Thank you, Madam. Now, all I was proposing to do was to introduce Mr. Howard, who is in a separate room to me. And I'm going to ask him to comment on one particular matter that arose from the representations made on Tuesday, and then offer him up for questions from you or from third parties. So by way of introduction, I've got your main proof of evidence, Mr. Howard, and I'm on page 1, and you are Benjamin Howard, an associate partner at iTransport Limited. You're responsible for providing highways and transport advice for development planning projects. You provide advice at all stages of the planning process, identifying constraints and opportunities, developing access strategies, and preparing transport assessments and travel plans to accompany planning applications. You have a Master of Science degree in Transport Planning and Highway Engineering from the University of Southampton. Well, hey, that's my alma mater. Also a member of the you're also a member of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation. You've got 14 years transport planning experience before working with iTransport. You worked for Hampshire County Council in their Highway Development Control Department and provided advice to local planning authorities, etc. And your experience at iTransport includes projects of various scales across the residential and commercial sectors. So with that introduction, can I just ask you, if you've got your appendices, Mr. Howard, just it'd be useful to turn up your first figure, because it's a sort of decent sized plan I can actually see. And a point was raised on Tuesday about the impact that traffic from the development would have, particularly in relation to the primary school that you can see on the plan at figure 1, which is immediately south of Hickstars Lane. And I think you, well, the inspector was invited to do a site visit, or at least see the traffic situation at school drop-off or school pickup. I think coincidentally at the site visit on Wednesday, it coincided with school pickup. So could you just explain, please, what your views are of the traffic situation associated with school pickup now, and how that might change with the proposed development?
Yes, definitely. I mean, if you remember, Ma'am, we emerged from the public footpath onto Kennel Lane to the south of the schools. We then walked along Kennel Lane on the footway on the eastern side of the carriageway, and we just stopped near the Hickstars Lane and Kennel Lane junction just to observe that sort of school drop-off, collection arrangements where there was a school crossing patrol just in front of us. I mean, I think my interpretation of the conditions were that they were very similar to those outside schools across the country. There was a short period of time when people were turning up, parking on street to collect children from school. There were lots of pedestrian movements from people either walking to school or walking from their cars. As I mentioned before, we had the sort of school crossing patrol helping people to cross there. There weren't long queues of traffic at all, or people sort of unable to pass because of parked cars. I think in terms of our interpretation of the sort of data, if you like, there's no personal injury accidents on Hickstars Lane or on Kennel Lane around the school, and where the school drop-off occurs in the most recent 5-year period. We've agreed the traffic generation and the traffic distribution with the county council. That tells us that there's going to be one extra vehicle every 4 to 5 minutes in that area in the morning peak. And there'll be less traffic in the afternoon associated with the development, and in the evening peak when people are returning from work, which is another sort of busy period, if you like, for development traffic. That doesn't obviously coincide with the school collection. My view and the view of the county council is that the impacts are acceptable. and fall below the high bar set by the National Planning Policy Framework for refusal development from coming forward on traffic impact grounds. I think it's also just worth noting that the access strategy for the site itself very much looks to sort of minimise the impact on the road to the east of the site. So we're obviously creating vehicular access onto the No Kill roundabout to the west. And then we've got our pedestrian and cycle connection that we looked at when we were on site visit, Marm, in that eastern corner of the scheme, and then a very sort of short walk, if you like, to the infant and junior school. So we're sort of very much promoting people walking and cycling and using scooters to get to the school and deterring the car movements.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Howard. So, Madam, that is all I was proposing to do in terms of his evidence. Obviously, we're just taking his main proof evidence as read otherwise. Just in terms of any other interested parties who might want to ask questions, he is available tomorrow for the purposes of the conditions in section 106 session. So if there is somebody who, through miscommunication, is not able to have asked him the questions now, I am prepared to make him available again tomorrow afternoon, either before or immediately after the conditions session.
Thank you very much. That would be useful just in case there has been some confusion. So, as I say, I was expecting at least one member of the public to wish to ask questions, but I think that's a reasonable compromise, I think, to accommodate that. So with that, thank you, Mr. Howard. I don't actually have any questions. Obviously, I saw what I observed at the during the site visit, and I've read the evidence, and I will reread the evidence before I obviously make my final decision. And I'm clear as to what the concerns are from the interested parties. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mark.
So moving on now, I don't have any other matters of housekeeping. It was just my query about the conditions. I haven't had it. I will just double check, if you can bear with me, to see whether that has come through. Yes, I've got a draft version 9. That's come through sort of late on this morning. So I have that, and there's a covering email with that. So that's appreciate that. So I can digest that before the session. Other than that, I don't have any other matters of housekeeping. Is there anything that either of the parties wish to draw to my attention?
No, thank you, Madam, not from the appellants.
No, not from council either, Madam.
Lovely, thank you. So with that, it is now just after 4:20, so we will adjourn the inquiry now until tomorrow, which is day 4, Friday the 30th of September. Again, we'll be joining virtually for the day at 9:30 as publicised, where after a very short opening by me, we'll then listen to Ms. Symes' as evidence in chief with Mr. Litton for the appellant, and then Mr. Atkinson for the council will cross-examine. And then we'll have, if there's any questions from opposing interested parties and myself, followed by re-examination of Ms. Symes by Mr. Litton, and that's all hopefully before lunch. If we need to extend that time, as we've done today, we've got plenty of time if that is required. Obviously, I appreciate with the virtual format, things can take a little bit longer anyway. And then we've got the planning obligation and conditions roundtable discussion, and as I say, I will have digested the information that's been provided to me, and then that would conclude it for this week. So just like to thank everybody for their attention today and for their input and patience, and I think that's it for today. So thank you very much. This inquiry is now adjourned until tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thank you.